Today is March 13, 2021, and the Tucson Astrologers Guild is proud to present Gemini Brett, speaking on joy and Saros, celebrating the cycles of shadow. Gemini Brett is often featured as a shamanic storyteller and inspiring educator who's best known for his devotion to reconnecting astrologers with the sacred astronomy of the living sky. So let's put your hands together and welcome Gemini Brett. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Gail. Let me work the screen share here. Okay. So joy and Saros, or joy and Saros, an eclipse enigma. So obviously we will be speaking about the soul and spirit, the moon and the sun, and when they come together to show us the diamond ring of their sacred union. There's some sacred numbers that are seen or evidenced in this amazing synod, this amazing syzygy, this alignment of the three things. And one of them is 108, which we'll look to in a bit, but I'll start with 400. So the reason why we can experience a total occultation of the sun by the moon, a total solar eclipse, and experience this diamond ring in the sky is that the sun is 400 times further away from Earth than the moon is, but the moon is 1/400th of the size of the sun by diameter. So as we know, they appear to be the same size in our sky sometimes. I like to draw this 400 like this, the cross and the circle and the circle, or the cross and the circle and the crescent. We're told the cross of matter, the circle of spirit, and the crescent of soul, that these are the three elements of which all of our glyphs for the planets are composed. This is how you draw a crescent. So sacred geometry has been a really important teacher for me over the course of the last few years. I find later that it was a sister science to astronomy, which was known as number in space and time. And so one of the routes there into the study of our craft, because really astrology is two things. It is astronomy, the measurable heavenly happenings, and it is correspondence, is the immeasurable. Yeah. So astronomy was known in the mystery traditions as number in space and time. So studying number in time, which is musical harmony, is part of the path, and then number in space, which is geometry. That word these days tends to like land with a whole bunch of pain around Euclidean proofs in high school. So sacred geometry, which is actually probably a little bit more relevant to what the mystery school study of geometry is about anyway, because just as astrology has its quantity and quality, so does geometry, so does harmony, and so does number itself, which the mystery tradition or the quadrivium called the arithmetic. That one tends to really raise the hair on our neck. So numerology maybe. So the study of sacred geometry and learning to draw these glyphs and really working with why is the circle called spirit, why is the crescent called soul, why is the cross called matter, and learning how to draw a cross with nothing but a compass and a rule. You know, it's an adventure, and as you do, you learn how to create this sacred gateway, the mandorla, the sacred almond, the fish's bladder, the vesica piscis, which in the geometry tradition, it said everything is born of this space. And I would say including Earth, who is born of this union of spirit and soul, of sun and moon, who, you know, in our skies with the earthly eye appear to be the same size. And that this gateway, for me, it really is the sacred gate of incarnation. It is the womb of source. Some have argued that we don't have eclipse stories in the Greek myths or the Greco-Roman myths like there were great eclipse stories, typically with dragons or serpents, like the wonderful story from India of Rahu and Ketu and the serpent Vasuki, or Bacanawa, a story from the Philippines where a dragon eats the moon, the seven moons. But I would argue that we absolutely have dragon and eclipse myths born right into the very birth of the sun and the moon themselves, who, right, in the Latin would be Apollo and Diana, with their mother Latona showed here, or in the Greek, Artemis and Helios with their mother um, Leto, who was on the run because Zeus, the child's father, had been married since the children were conceived, and his wife, Hera, was not pleased that another woman carried her husband's seed. So Hera conjured up this great dragon, this great serpent, Python, who is chasing the pregnant Leto, and Hera declared that none should help her give birth, that no midwife should allow her a space to rest. So she was on the run from the serpent, but fortunately she was blessed and she made her way to a safe place, and she gave birth to the first of these twins, who was Artemis, Diana, goddess of the moon and the goddess of midwives. And she quickly clocked in. Her first gig as a midwife was to deliver the birth of her brother. Now, later, much later, her brother Apollo caught up to that serpent Python, put an arrow through him, and took his oracle, which has ever since been the oracle of Apollo at Delphi. But of course, there is much serpent, not symbology, but also work at that oracle. It's always been this way. It was Python's oracle, and it's about accessing the voice, I would say, of the earth below, the places where the serpents dwell. Apollo's bow. Have you seen it in the sky? You can only do so when the arrow aligns through the dragon's head and tail. We see Diana's bow every month, right? And actually, it's tonight, tomorrow night, where this beautiful young moon, this sliver of a smile, will be seen in the sunset west. Diana aiming arrows at her brother Apollo, who has just set below. But when do we see Apollo's bow? When do we see a crescent sun? Only during syzygy, the alignment of the three things, and precisely when the sun is met by the moon near enough to the dragon's head or the dragon's tail, which of course we call the lunar nodes. So we'll be exploring the nodes some today, and also Black Moon Lilith, who is a very important figure in determining whether an eclipse is partial or total, or in the case of a solar eclipse, possibly annular or a hybrid. And this is a slide I'll show some. It took me a long time to track this information down, and I think it came from Bernadette Brady's wonderful work, now called The Eagle and the Lark, Predictive Astrology, which is also where I first heard about the Saros series or Saros cycle of eclipses. I think that's true for many of us, actually. This is a good screenshot to take if you don't have these at home. And of course, if you're a member of TAG, you'll be receiving this video, right? And we'll tune back into this, but basically it shows us how close to either north or lunar node, a new or full moon must be for us to experience the shadow play of syzygy. And we'll be playing with these tarot cards some today, the 19 and the 18 specifically, the sun and the moon, those are respectively. And I think that there's a beautiful code written there, because this will bring me to the theory that I want to share with you today, most importantly, about nodal return windows. So let me just say that it's an absolute honor to have been invited by Gail to speak with you here at Tucson Astrologers Guild. I'm super sad it's not happening in person. I mean, especially at new moon time. I once asked Rick Levine, when I was first starting off in astrology, we were at a party together in Seattle. We often rub elbows out and about. And it's like, hey, Rick, I'm really interested in seeing some stars in the sky. Where's a good place around Seattle or West Seattle where I live? Do you know where I can see some bright stars and dark skies? And he said, yeah, there's a wonderful place down south. It's called Arizona. Unfortunately, I took that to heart and I followed that advice, the hidden advice transmitted therein, several times. So Arizona and Hawaii were very important places for me, and have been and will be important places for me to connect to the sky, which is my great love. So I was honored also to see that this talk is following a talk by Kaylin Castell and Tammy Brunk, Kaylin being one of my first teachers, another being Daniel Giamario, who I see is one of the professional members of Tucson Astrologers Guild. And these three astrologers, Daniel Giamario and Kaylin Castell, the founders of the Shamanic Astrology Mystery School, and Gail Chilson, who you know very well, of course, and Gail invited me to give this talk. They've been completely foundational to my astrological learning and gnosis and love, really. So the Shamanic Astrology Mystery School is fortunately where I got my start. And I say fortunately because there's such an important emphasis placed on ceremony, placed on the mysteries of the sky, placed on the turning of the ages. Daniel Giamario, who you likely know, is the founder of the Shamanic Astrology paradigm, shares a love, as I do, of the circles of stone and the pyramid sites of old and the ancient story, and looking into just what the heck happened and what are the roots of this craft that we've come to love and study and teach and share and utilize to feel and heal and know and grow. And so much of my own path is tuning into these places like these circles of stone and trying to get to, what astrology was when phases of the moon were being carved into animal bones, right? Like before the written word. But I mean, even at that place so long ago, and much of like the known roots of our craft in India and Sumer and Babylon, we see that this Saros series was known about, and that eclipses have been tracked for so long. And some of these stone circles, like Kalanish, which is a particular important site for Daniel, I know, were constructed from many things, but one, tracking eclipses, tracking the wonderful lunar standstill cycle of 18 and a half years. It's a expression of the transit of the lunar nodes about the zodiac. So I'm very blessed to have first connected astrologically with Daniel Giamario. That came as the advice of several friends in in a shamanic circle that I had been sitting in for my own healing and growth for some time. And at this time in my life, I had come to trust synchronicity. So when I heard Daniel's name spoken by three dear friends, I think in the same week, I went straight to booking a session with him. And it wasn't long after that that I found my way to Saharita, and stayed with Gail during my first ever kind of formal astrological study. I mean, a lot of my study had been in Daniel and Kaylin's Shamanic Astrology Handbook. When I booked a reading with Daniel, that I was on a month-long waiting list maybe, and so I ordered the book and I read it a couple times, and I really saw, wow, I'm so much more than just a Scorpio and all these things. And I remember when we first spoke, I kind of read a bunch of my chart to him and for what I was learning from his book. And he said, yeah, man, that's good. You should really consider studying astrology. And then he began to tell me all these things about me that nobody should possibly know. And I know you know how that is because you've caught the bug like I have. And so it wasn't long after that first reading, which was in November of 2012, where I came to my first teachings from Daniel and Kayland, and I stayed at Gail's place. I'm sure I traveled down there a Tuesday night before this during a lunar return, which is cool to see. And I'm honored also that these early degrees of Cancer, where we see the moon in the transit chart here on the outside, we're rising here in Richmond, California, where I'm recording or presenting this from home. And so this class, it was the Shamanic Astrology Mystery Schools class or series of classes regarding outer planet complexes and the nativity, and also timing techniques, mostly based on transits. I actually maybe exclusively based on transits. So I had known from my reading with Daniel before that I was in Saturn square Saturn and Pluto square Pluto transits and the nodal return. But when I started applying these techniques I was learning, suddenly there was a lot more to see in this mix. Uranus had just finished squaring my Mars and was soon applied to Pluto and Mercury, and Saturn was at the sun, and Jupiter was crossing my ascendant, and Chiron was squaring the relationship axis. I remember being in Gail's house upstairs because one of the final assignments was kind of this ceremonial process of creating a vision board about what we had learned and what transits we were going through. And I didn't sleep that night. I mean, it was just this endless thing. And I ended up having like 13 different transits written out on the back of this board that I was tuning into. But at the bottom of it, I wish I could find an image of it for you. It's somewhere in the basement of our new house. But at the bottom, after all this kind of like heavy imagery around Pluto square Pluto and some of these Uranus transits and the challenge but beautiful healing of the Chiron transit that I had heard about and all this, at the bottom there was this image of like the Buddha's head, and it said, I think, cosmic reunion, which I found written in some magazine I was flipping through, as we do with vision boards, right? And that was my image for this nodal return. I knew it was something that was so important to my soul. So the exact nodal return had aligned very shortly before, using the true lunar nodes, my second nodal return of my lifetime. They come around every 18.6 years. That's the periodicity of a nodal transit of the zodiac. February 7th, 2013, just, weeks before I came down for my first lessons, I had this nodal return. But one thing I hadn't learned, and I've never really seen any astrologers agree upon, is how long does a nodal return last, right? Unlike a Saturn transit, where Saturn will apply to perfect and separate from a planet that he's conjoining by transit or squaring or whatever, where you usually get one or three, typically three exact alignments, right? With Pluto 3 or 5. With the nodes, it's kind of just one, and it typically happens really quickly, especially if you favor the mean nodes, which of course only retrograde around the chart and would only align like this for a moment. So Daniel had told me, I think, that he was playing with adding 3 months before and 3 months after, or maybe even 6 months before and 6 months after, maybe looking for the entirety of the time that the lunar nodes would move through the whole sign in which they are held in the birth chart, right? You probably know the nodes spend about 1.5, 1.6 years in a sign. And Shamanic Astrology Mystery School uses whole sign houses. So maybe that's even more indicated by this transit of the lunar nodes through a sign. But I really haven't found any agreement as to how long does a nodal return last. Was it aligned for me some months before when I received my first ever astrology reading? And this was with Daniel. Basically, by the way, this whole trip down my own personal memory lane was stimulated by this invitation to present to you by Gail. And I was like, wow, when was that night that Gail taught me that amazing thing? Oh, and when did I first meet Gail? When was I first at Shamanic Astrology Mystery School? And when was that first reading? Which, by the way, I don't know if this time was exact or even this place. I know I was in my car at one of the forts in very southern Washington across the bridge from Astoria. I looked at 11 a.m. and that's when Pluto was culminating and Saturn rose, which maybe made sense because Daniel really emphasized those Saturn square Saturn and Pluto square Pluto transits that I was experiencing, as well as this nodal return. But I saw actually, all I could find is this message I sent to my sister, which is, hey, you should get a reading with Daniel Germario, trust me. And that was sent in the afternoon of November 15th around 4. And then earlier in the day, there's an image of me at the Goonies Rock in like Astoria, Oregon at like 7 a.m. So I'm like trying to figure out how long it would have taken me to do my things. Anyway, so basically I got propelled into this trip down memory lane and I was like, I want to share these kind of eclipse cycles and how to work with them. And you know what, like my own story and actually me coming to astrology during a nodal return window, my second nodal return window, maybe would be a great tale to share. I mean, sometimes we work with celebrity charts and I like to pull in a lot of examples, but I don't know these people. I mean, I barely know myself, right? So I like to work with my chart sometimes, though it can often require me to share more information than I would like to publicly, but all for the sake of the study. So anyway, I chose this time. I think it's more right. And we also see, as I've circled here, the moon was culminating. And I feel that this actually would really speak to me receiving astrology at the time, because as you can also see, the sun is so close to the lunar node. And what does that mean but eclipse season, right? The sun so close to the dragon's head, this symbol that we use for the north node. We used to draw it like this, the symbol we now use for the south lunar node, or K2, which is found actually on the head of the king cobra. And it is seen, these K2 Rahus, or south and north lunar nodes, in the slithering of the serpent. And this is why so much serpent symbolism and dragon symbolism for nodes and eclipses, because every month the moon snakes above and below the path of the soul. So the nodes, so they're often taught these days like headphones or horseshoes, they actually are composed like the glyphs that we use for the sun and the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn too. They are composed of the crescent of soul and the circle of spirit. So this is a wonderful software that I use a lot for when I teach astronomy for astrologers. It's called Solar System Scope, and you can play with it for free online. You can see the URL down there at the bottom, solarsystemscope.com. I have a lot of gratitude to these folks and to the ability to play with these high technology softwares on the computer screens these days. So here in yellow, I'm showing the ecliptic plane, which of course is the plane of Earth's orbit about the sun, the year plane. Solar system scope shows it in purple, but I like to show it in yellow because from Earth's point of view, it's the place where the sun dwells. So the moon is not the only being to have nodes, right? Like I'm going to color in Mercury's orbital path here in blue. And this place where Mercury's path is crossing the Earth's path, the ecliptic, is one of Mercury's planetary nodes. Here's Venus's path, and here's a Venus node, right? But we're going to concern ourselves today with the lunar nodes, which they don't show here, but watch the moon crossing from south to north across the ecliptic, now from north to south, right? And it's like this every month. Moon snaking above and below the path of the sun, the ecliptic plane, the circle of spirit. For the moon is not confined to the same orbital plane of Earth about sun, which from Earth's point of view is sun about us. The moon has her own track, which I like to call the circle of soul. And where the moon's path crosses the sun's path from the south to the north is called the north node. Yeah, we used to call it the ascending node, but the thing is, if you're looking from the other side of the globe, from the southern hemisphere, the moon crosses the sun's path from above to below at the north node, right? So this is only the ascending node for the northern hemisphere's point of view, and the south node is the descending node for the northern hemisphere's point of view. But we can call them globally the north lunar node, where the moon crosses the sun's path from the south to the north, and the south lunar node, where the moon crosses the sun's path from the north to the south. Moon's path, circle of soul, diverges from the circle of spirit, the ecliptic, by about 5 degrees. So when she's square her nodes, the moon is at what we call the northern bending on this side, or I like to call it the dragon's back. And here's the dragon's tail. And the dragon's belly, the southern bending, square the nodes at maximum what's called southern latitude for the moon, right? So the image that we see here is a new moon. Moon conjoined sun, but it's certainly not an eclipse. Most new moons are no moons, right? And it's visibly so because every month, we have about, well, 3 days of darkness, right? When the moon disappears from our eyes because she is burned up in the beams of the sun. The day before new moon, the day of the new moon, the day after the new moon. We only get shadow play, of course, when the moon meets the sun at either the south lunar node for a solar eclipse or at the north lunar node about 6 months later for a solar eclipse. And when the full moons align at these crossing points too, right? That's Apollo's arrow, which moves through the heart of Earth and through these intersection points of the paths of the sun and the moon, spirit and soul. And so when the new moons meet there, the full moons align there, these syzygies, these alignments of the three things, Apollo's arrow is moving always through, I will say, the head and the tail of the dragon, right? And when spirit and soul have their meetings there, we experience the enigma of eclipse. All these things, I imagine most of you know, actually, everybody that's here live at Tucson's Astrologers Guild, I'm sure this is old hat, right? But it's always good to review. All right, so these are these eclipse limits, and a solar eclipse is total, or at least can be total, when when the moon and sun meet about 10 degrees away from either north or south node. And this happened 2 days before I received my first astrology reading. Now, the astrologer didn't tell me about this one, right? And when I've talked to people about when I first kind of had an astrology reading, when I received astrology, I've heard, oh, wow, yeah, see, Saturn was transiting your Scorpio sun, while Jupiter was transiting the Gemini ascendant, right? Yes. And there's many things happening as I previously described, but the one that really opens my eyes and my heart is this total solar eclipse. How do I know it's total? Because the moon and the sun are within 10 degrees of the node. But that doesn't actually mean total. It could be annular or hybrid. We're going to go look into that, right? But here we have a total solar eclipse, 6 arc minutes from my north lunar node. I'm using, by the way, true nodes and true Black Moon Lilith throughout in this presentation. So I just want to share what was going on with me at the time. And yeah, I guess it'd be better just to let the lyrics explain. You say it's the end. Well, I heard that one before. You say I better make friends with the Lord before the sun returns. You say the sun gonna burn a hole in the sky and we're all gonna die, but why in the hell would I buy into that bullshit? Baby, I think you're lying, lying, lying. Right, so disclaimer, I'm a saxophone player. I write songs at the piano just to move the heart some, right? And I'm guessing I recorded that song probably in 2011 because I sound drunk. And by the time I had received this first reading from Daniel in November of 2012, I had been sober for, well, I guess 10 months. And that's a huge part actually of my eclipse journey, as I'll explain to you as we move along and look at these different cycles. But here we go, November 2012, we were warned, right? This movie 2012 came out, and I was actually really deeply into the Mesoamerican calendars, the long count calendars, the turning of the ages as determined by these calculations, or so we believe from very scant evidence of December 21st, 2012. It was a huge part of what I was up to. And yeah, a lot of that was coming through some excitement for transformation. And I can say for sure, well, I don't think the world ended, mine did, because it wasn't long after that experience where I shifted from an engineering job to astrologer, and not too long after that time, full-time practicing astrologer and teacher. But I was also terrified of the whole thing. And I decided to go to Peru not long after this time. I wanted to point out before I show an image of that, that in this eclipse chart, there's a very strong partile applying square by transiting retrograde Mercury and Neptune in transit at the time. Now, Neptune in early degrees of Pisces completes a grand water trine circuit to my own sun and Mars in my nativity. And Mercury here is trine to the natal Leo Saturn. So, I'm definitely feeling like personal connections from those planets. And there's going to be times along our way where I'm just going to make a few suggestions of when you sit with eclipse charts with your clients or yourself. We really want to tune into all of the planets. I could put a bunch of asteroids on here too, but of course things can get overwhelming for a presentation, yeah? And so I can tell that this eclipse is very meaningful for me personally. Why? Because the eclipse is 6 arc minutes from the node, right? So an eclipse at, Venus or Mercury or Jupiter, these are big deals for sure, right? Eclipses at the angles may be the most personal it can get, but I would say that since eclipses themselves are about sun, moon, and nodes, when eclipses align to your sun, moon, or nodes, pay particular attention. And then we're going to experience how we can unfold some of the eclipse cycle stories within, okay? But when you have an eclipse activation like this one, you really want to tune into all of the transiting planets. And one of the reasons why I'm indicating Mercury and Neptune here is we will see they're part of my own personal eclipse story as indicated by my prenatal solar eclipse. And they've been very fundamental in my experiences of my 2 nodal return windows thus far, including this one that I'm kind of detailing here. All right, so I was on Machu Picchu for the end of the world. Why not, right? But that not until I had spent 2 weeks in the Peruvian jungle, really working on my own healing. And as it had been for maybe a year at this point, moving through a lot of ceremonies to kind of, I don't know, prepare for death, you know, in life. And I wasn't really feeling that the world was going to blow up at this time, but I was in a lot of pain around quote unquote conspiracy theory, or just having revelations that I had been lied to by many people that I was born trusting, and all sorts of other fun Scorpio play. So having been in the jungle was amazing because I was really tuning into some of the strong plants of the Shipibo medicine tradition, vegetalismo. And yeah, I mean, I should maybe even just mention the name of a plant ally, Pinon Blanco, who is often prescribed to help people who are having a hard time seeing the light. And yeah, speaking of seeing the light, it was in the jungles of Peru where I had an experience with Jupiter in the sky, where maybe it was a psychotic break. I don't know, but basically, I heard from Jupiter, sit down, boy, and like 4 hours of just an English spoken download that ended with now go spread the word. And I was basically aligned with this path. I thought I was down there studying a very different kind of shamanism. I had been on that path for some time, but it had become very clear that actually astrology was the way that I would be able to step into my own personal greatest medicine offerings as a one who is intent on helping others heal themselves. So here I am now back at my first astrology class. The world didn't end. I spent some amazing time in Peru checking out Machu Picchu and Tambo and Cusco, and you know, I mean, all of these amazing sites in the Sacred Valley. I was hearing these stones just speak and redirect me. I was seeing an ancient time, you know, like before the written word, there's an ancient plant heaven connection, heaven earth connection. You know, you'll see me drink a lot of tea during this time, which is a tea that my dear friend Poe calls puer, and it's from leaves that were harvested in 1993. Sorry, they are puer leaves, but what he calls them is tiger's nest. I wanted to celebrate this kind of fear theme of Saros shadow. But it's a tea from the time of my first nodal return that I basically only drink when I'm speaking about eclipses because it's expensive, but it's amazing. But I love drinking these old teas. I mean, this tea comes from leaves that was harvested in 1993, but the plant itself is hundreds and hundreds of years old, you know, and it's been rooting itself into the earth as it has been reaching its branches to the heavens. You know, I think these all trees, all plants are such amazing teachers of how we can find presence and connect the realms of the above with the realms of the below. All right, flipping ahead in time some here. Because I was trying to remember on this trip down memory lane when Gail Chilson here at Tucson Astrologers Guild, who invited me to speak with you, she tuned me into a very important heavenly happening one night. I was staying at her place again. I had requested staying in one of these trailers that were outside. This isn't an image, but you know, it's night skies were like this in that place. And I was given a presentation the next day. I've cast this chart for 12:12 a.m. So I guess it was this day. And I was working on slides for my talk called the Prophecy of Prometheus at the second annual Shamanic Astrology Mystery School Conference. I ended up giving that talk without the slides because Gail like hit me with this really quick download. I can't exactly remember what it is. I think I have an idea, but and like all night I was just like, that opened this portal where I was just receiving so much information and I wasn't going to like finish my slideshow, which I thought was cool because sometimes it's good to show a bunch of pretty pictures and sometimes it's better just to, let our own visions complete the story, right? So I think what Gail told me was that the signs have particular places where they live on the horizon. Um, and that the sun goes to visit them. I don't know that she would have said it that way. That's how I teach this now, and one of the reasons why these signs which were once called terrestrial houses, like very much are literal places on the horizons, their altitudes, all sorts of amazing sacred astronomy stuff. So, I mean, I wish I could remember exactly, but what I do know is it was this night, probably around this time, probably a little earlier, but at this time, I'm sure I was just in the throes of receiving this amazing download of connecting to so many of the themes that are at the heart of my work now. And I don't know that I've ever really thanked Gail for that. So this is an opportunity to do that. And, it was at this conference as well where I first met Gary Caton, who was speaking at the conference. And Gary later became my first classical astrology teacher or mentor. One of the old words for the ascendant in Greek is horoscopos, which means the hour marker. But another one that's not spoken of often and is typically, I think, mistranslated is called oios or iakos. And it means, many say, the helm, but you will see these images of like steering wheels. That's not how they steered boats back then. And so much of the roots of our craft is riddled with amazing maritime metaphor, right? So oiox or iakos, it's not the helm, it's the rudder. And the reason why is the ascendant descendant axis, every day they rudder back and forth against the cardinal directions. So I didn't learn that for some time in my own quest. And actually, I learned that from the sky, but I believe it was this night where Gail offered a very important whisper of a mystery that activated that. So if it wasn't that, it was something else really important because I know I didn't sleep. So thanks, Gail, for that. All right, so it's interesting to look at these times of the conference. You can see Saturn at my north node here, right? The node pretty close to Mercury, but you can also see, and I think I'll circle it here probably, the sun very close to Rahu, to the north lunar node. And what does that mean? That means we are in eclipse season, right? Because when the sun's at the node and the sun here is applying to the node, so likely the previous new moon, which was when and where? Y'all know how to do that? Moon is trine sun, right? That's the waxing trine. That happens about 6 days after new moon because the moon separates from the sun on average 12 degrees per day. Moon moves 13, sun moves 1. All right. So to get to trine, 120 degrees is 12 times 10. I think I said 6 days before, 10 days. All right. So this is about 10 days after the new moon. The sun moves about 1 degree per day, meaning that the new moon would have been in the first degree of Libra. Here, 19 degrees from the node, so actually not an eclipse. The following new moon likely was. If it was a solar eclipse, it would have been very, very partial. But we can see as the moon will travel another about 5 days to get to full, the sun then is going to be from 11 to 16, going to be real close to that node, right? So 15, not 16. Why? Because these numbers, like the moon moves 13 a day and the sun moves 1, these are all averages. It's a really important thing to know if you want to diagnose eclipses without having to look it up, okay? And I'm going to show you a bit of that today, a little bit of that astronomy. So here's this lunar eclipse. And I was wondering if this was this night where I stayed out in a tent in front of Linda's house at Moon Reach Ranch where the conference was hosted. But then I remembered definitely not. that this was the night where I maybe first poured tea for a community of people. All right, so we see the full moon here is like 4 degrees from the south node. So let's check in with our eclipse limits. You can see that that's going to be either partial or possibly total. Okay. Now, this is completely dependent upon not only the full moon's distance from the lunar nodes, but where true Black Moon Lilith is in the chart. And we're going to explore that actually, I think, in a later example. But this was a total lunar eclipse. And Arizona would have been a cool place to be for it. I mean, my ascendant degree was at the midheaven when the eclipse perfected. But this is where I was. I was at my buddy's Sean's float tank center in Seattle, and we all did float tank, and then we went out and had this eclipse ceremony, and then we just drank a bunch of wonderful tea and the wonderful community of folks. And that was one of the blood moons. If you'll remember, there was that tetrad of blood moons, 4 total lunar eclipses in a row, in 2014 and 2015. Now, I remember that the first one of those, which was, I believe, April of 2014, I was in Arizona. I brought a whole like group of folks down there from the Northwest, and folks from Arizona came. Maybe some of you were there. And we had this wonderful eclipse ceremony. It was late night, right? You see like 3:50 a.m. And this actually was a really important time of learning for me. Actually, sorry, this was a different time, but either way, we'll look here. This was this night in Seattle where like we had to stay up real late to catch the eclipse, and the clouds didn't allow much of it. We just like glimpses here and there as the Seattle cloud opened up every now and then in October in that very rainy place. But one thing that I had learned in April was like, you don't necessarily trust the time that's shown on our astrology charts. You got to push a special button that some of the softwares have. Astro Gold does now. It's a parallax button, right? So I'm going to show you now. That's at 5:20 a.m. Like, wait, what? Let's go back. So 3:50 a.m. And that's his geocentric. But when we go to parallax, now it's 5:20 a.m. and it's near my lunar degree, was this at the midheaven. So what happened? Well, this is what I had learned in April for the first of these blood moons, actually in Arizona, mostly because the timeline I had written out wasn't jiving. And I think I show that here. Yeah, here it is, April 15th, 2014. It like the time that I found on my chart, it didn't agree with what the astronomers had written in the papers or our experience. Now, our experience was hard to say exactly because it was a very long lunar eclipse. It was a very total lunar eclipse. One of the ways that you can see is just the proximity of the moon and the sun to the nodes here. I gotta say, like for a time, I was kind of bummed because, especially the people that came down from the Northwest with me, and I was like, "Oh, not gonna believe the Arizona sky and the Milky Way." And it was the first time where I'd gotten to really dark skies like that intentionally, and was like, "Oh, right, but the full moon means it's not gonna be dark at all." Right? So I was a little bummed, but it made this eclipse so amazing. I gave this presentation. We were out at the campfire. We were just trying to stay awake for this thing. Um, and when the eclipse started, and when it started getting total, and the moon was starting to turn to blood, which I often say, you have to be incarnated in an embodied vessel with blood running through its vein to see the truth that spirit and soul are the same size in earthly skies, And it's one of these great teachings, one of these great flames of spirit that we can receive directly. I'm not a fan of hiding for eclipses. It's like, go experience it. And so as the eclipse is forming and the moon is dimming and being shadowed by Earth and painted by her sunrises and sunsets and turn this beautiful orange, and she's right at Spica and Mars is there. Well, the moon's dimming, and now here come the stars, and here comes the Milky Way. I mean, it was still one of the most amazing experiences I've had. I'm talking live to a bunch of folks who live in Arizona. I imagine this is something you've experienced too. And maybe some of you were there this night. Anyway, so what I learned that night was that we measure the moon in our charts not from the surface of the earth where we live and breathe and can receive her reflections of the sun. For it is, remember, Diana that delivers Apollo's birth. Soul reflects spirit to earth. Moon delivers sunlight to our eyes in a way that won't make us blind. And we measure the moon and all the planet, actually, all their placement in the zodiac from the heart of Earth, not from the surface. So I struggled with that for a little bit, but then I saw that no, that's absolutely beautiful. The center of the Earth, that's where we are all one. And actually, this really corresponds to the as above, so below axiom that we hear in the first rubric of Hermes' Emerald Tablet, because we are literally measuring the heavenly happenings above from the below, from the heart of earth. It's like that celestial symphony is resonating in her heart, and she sings of it to all of us simultaneously, right? So just because you don't see it doesn't mean you don't be it, right? You're on the planet, it's happening in her core, but it's a good thing to go where you need to be to see the shadow play anyway. So we experience the eclipse from the surface, and the surface time is measured in parallax, right? So I'm going to shift this back to geocentric because I think that's very much when we experience it like energetically, again, the heart of the earth. But of course, where you are on the surface makes a huge difference. You know, that's the particular, and that's going to show up, generally speaking, in charts. The houses are the surface of earth, right? Whereas the signs are from the center of earth, the particular and the whole, the above and the below. So moon here, you see at 25:14 Aries at 12:09 a.m., but in the geocentric, it was actually 12:42 a.m. at 25:15 Aries. What happened there? Well, the moon, sorry. I was calling the sun the moon, the moon at 25:15 Libra. The moon didn't move so far, right? But we're measuring it from a different place. And so that's something I want to like tune you into. It's a really cool thing to know, but also to go like journey into and have an experience of. That's what I've found there. And it's actually taught me like what the zodiac actually is. He holds up a crystal, story for another time. Okay. So you can see some strong alignments here to my own nativity. Um, the midheaven actually in the geocentric chart is basically my solar degree, the first degree of Scorpio. I spent a lot of time that night speaking about this 9-month Saturn ceremony that I had come to about like rebirthing and working with Saturn transits, like 3 trimesters and all this other stuff, right? And Saturn, we needed like the legs, we needed the strength, and we needed to go long into the night to experience this thing, and to hang out there in the midst of the cold and keep feeding the fire. Not everyone made it till the lunar eclipse happened, which is certainly understandable. Um, when you look at eclipses again, look at where the eclipse is to your own nativity. Here aligned to my own natal Chiron, and one of the images of Chiron is teaching, which I was really stoked to do. The lunar eclipses wedge my moon, as I have moon sextile Chiron in my nativity. But this is one of the most powerful things that was happening at that time of 2014, 2015 was the grand cross, right? The Uranus-Pluto square now had kind of gotten bigger when Jupiter came into Cancer. And then Mars was doing this dance in Libra to make that square into a T-square and then a grand cross or a grand square. And it was really strongly aligned to my own Mercury, who in the language of old is the steersman, because my rudder is Gemini. And so, as I look back at these things, or as you look back at the significant eclipse times of your life, look at the other planet alignments, see where the eclipse is aligning into your nativity, see where the nodes are aligning to your nativity, maybe pay particular attention if the eclipse is eclipsing your sun, moon, nodes, or angles. But look at what the other planets are up to also. All right, this is the SAMS conference #1. And then now I remember it's actually this conference where I stayed out in a tent out front because the neighbors complained. And so the next conference I stayed at Gail's place. And amazing to see that Daniel's trips from the Philippines back to the States just happened to coincide with eclipse happenings. We see the sun at the node and the moon very close, right? The moon about, 1 day's travel from the sun. So the sun's going to be around 11 degrees when that eclipse forms, and pretty dang close to that node, right? 3 degrees in 29 arc minutes, making it a total solar eclipse. Perhaps. Why do I say perhaps? Asterisks, right? The eclipse may be total or annular, or sometimes both, which was the case for this particular eclipse. It was a hybrid solar eclipse. How can we tell? So this is the gift of true Black Moon Lilith as an astronomical teacher in the chart, right? So when you saw that I'd be speaking about Lilith in the billing for today's presentation, I'm sure some of you got excited to hear about, this old story of this myth that somehow this astronomical point has been aligned to, which is always an interesting consideration, right? Of how these points are getting their names and the associated stories and whatnot, because we find that, a lot of our workings as astrologers can be aligned to how things are discovered, how things are named, what names they carry, their associated myths, right? And I love working with the Black Moon Lilith, but she's usually on my charts because she tells me so much more about the moon, right? So what is Lilith? And how is it that I can tell that at this time of the eclipse, the moon is moving fast? Because remember, the moon's average speed is about 13 degrees per day, 13.18 degrees per day. And I adjust my nerd glasses, right? And here we see the moon moving over 14 degrees per day. That's fast moon. Moon can get over 15, sometimes even up to 16 degrees a day. It's very rare, but this is a fast moon. And I can tell because she's on the opposite side of the chart from Lilith. Because what is Lilith? All right, very exaggerated ellipse here, okay? Orbital paths, as you know, are not circular. Circles have one center. Rather, they are elliptical, and ellipses have two foci. Very exaggerated image of this model of the moon's orbit of the Earth. And a very much truer model is that the moon and the Earth together are kind of doing a choreography as they together dance about the sun. It's a very complex thing. It's one of the reasons why the true nodes aren't true unless the moon is at one of them. And true Black Moon Lilith also not true unless the moon is aligned to Lilith. But we try, right? These are, it's a lot of math going in, and thanks to the astronomers of our modern times and their big calculators for that. This ellipse between the moon and the Earth, since Earth is so much more massive, one of the foci of the gravitational love, if you want to use perhaps a poetic expression of the modern astronomical cosmology, gravity-based cosmology, one of these foci is within Earth's bounds. It's not at her center, and it creates this interesting wobbling. And the other one is this dark point in space, right? So there's nothing physical at this place of what we've come to call true Black Moon Lilith or Black Moon Lilith. But it is this one like a well of moon earth juice, okay? Now, when we on Earth look through the point where we've come to call Black Moon Lilith, we are looking at the lunar apogee. And that's where the moon is far from Earth. Some have come to call it micro moon, because moon so far away or further away than normal, which would be here, average, she is apparently smaller in our sky. She's dimmer, right? And she's slower because she's further from the gravitational source, to use, again, the modern gravitational cosmology. Whereas over here, opposite Lilith in the chart, lunar perigee, which means close to Earth. And that means close to the source of your speed. So many have come to call this super moon, right? When the moon is at perigee, the perigee moon, which is a lovely thing. The astronomers use that term, and it was coined by an astrologer, a win for us, if you will. But this is where the moon is closest to Earth and therefore biggest, brightest, fastest. Yeah. So check out your chart and put Black Moon, true Black Moon Lilith on there, and just look at Moon's aspect to Lilith. Generally speaking, if she's square Lilith, she's moving an average speed of 13. If she is conjoined Lilith, or on that side, it's slow moon, which is like 12-ish, 12 degrees per day, 13 degrees per day. And if the moon is at perigee, which is opposite true Black Moon Lilith in the chart, she's a fast moon, like 15 plus. So during this eclipse, we see that the moon is on that opposite side from Lilith. Really, when the moon's trine Lilith, that's kind of still average speed zone. And here we see her kind of applying to the quincunx, somewhere between the trine and the, separating quincunx from Lilith. And so it's cool for me to see Lilith was at my lunar degree during this eclipse. It was an important time for me, being at that first shamanic astrology mystery school conference, which was devoted to the renaissance of the divine feminine. I know Tammy Brunk and Kaylin Castell of Venus Alchemy would have been speaking much about that importance and power in the lecture you received at Tucson Astrologers Guild yesterday. And here I was like sleeping outside in a tent, setting these intentions to experience this eclipse in a good way and to receive its medicine. But I couldn't do so experientially, at least visibly, okay? Because this is the eclipse path. Now, importantly, eclipses move from the west to the east, which has to do with amazing astronomical things I don't think I'll take the time to describe today. But this is where this eclipse was total. And then on the ends where the eclipse is annular. So this begins as an annular eclipse and then gets total. And that's called a hybrid eclipse. So what was literally happening during the eclipse, which was 1 minute and 40 seconds of hybrid, but much longer for the times of partial and all that. What's happening during the eclipse is the moon is actually getting closer to Earth as she is transiting the sun, right? And so at the beginning, she's too far from Earth to occult the entire solar disk that we call annular, right? The ring of fire. It's exact, a very strong alignment, good enough to be a total solar eclipse. We saw that in the limits before, right? The orb to the node. But the moon's simply too far from Earth to appear the same size as the sun. So the ring of fire, right, surrounds her body. But during this eclipse, this is the truth of a hybrid eclipse. Either it's the moon is getting closer to Earth during the occultation, and so what was annular becomes total, or vice versa, right? That it's total and then becomes annular because the moon is like just moving away from Earth in her own elliptical orbital path during the magic show of syzygy. Trippy, yeah. So obviously this couldn't be seen in Arizona. You see the path is over here off the east coast of the United States and heading down through Africa. So much of Africa and Europe would have experienced this eclipse, as well as South America and the Caribbean, at least Puerto Rico. And of course we can tell here, I'm only showing the sun and the moon and the node and Lilith eclipse stuff, right? But if I bring in the angles, well, of course, the eclipse had not yet risen in Arizona, so no shadow for you. And even if this is a very important distinction between a full moon, a lunar eclipse, as long as the weather allows, if the moon is above the horizon during the lunar eclipse or full moon, which means what? It's nighttime, right? You will see it if your weather allows, if Earth allows, okay? That's not true, of course, for a solar eclipse, which only shadows very well, small portions of Earth, especially in its path of totality, if it happens to be a total eclipse. So I love like lunar eclipses. One of my favorite things about that is that we see images now from all over the world. And some see the moon kind of upside down from another's point of view. Some see the lunar eclipse rising, some see it setting. And it really has this kind of global family vibe. It was very nurturing kind of lunar thing, which is the solar, it's like, precise, rational, and it's you got to go and go to the one place, you got to put the work in and go to that place if you want to experience that eclipse, or sometimes they come to you. All right. So yeah, I mean, interesting to see this eclipse. I wouldn't have really known enough astrology then, I don't think, to have tuned into these things, but pay attention to the angles of the eclipse moment for wherever you are. You might want to cast them for your natal place as well, right? And so I get to see here, basically my solar degree is rising literally during this eclipse, because this is just the center of it. And then my Saturn degree is at the midheaven, right? So it's connecting into me. What am I doing? But I'm like learning astrology from Daniel, who in some ways has very good Saturn energy for me, right? As a teacher. From Daniel, from Kalen, from many other important teachers. And it was also a Venus event. So for me personally, I guess some of that's indicated by transiting Mars at my natal Venus. Venus is opposite the moon. So Lilith, Venus aligned to my lunar degree, right? And I'm at a conference for the Renaissance of the Divine Feminine, who in the shamanic astrology mystery school approach was very focused on Venus as a messenger for the divine feminine, for the global guidance, as I like to say. And I know that your lecture yesterday from Tammy and Kaylin was all about that. Okay. But what I want to show you about this eclipse more than anything else is that it was happening at a very important gateway for me. And so why have I highlighted these two dates at the top left and the top right of your screen? Mostly just to show you that I had very recently turned 38. So what? Well, 38's twice 19. So what? Well, this. The 19 card of the tarot should help us know that 19 tropical years are a very important celebration of all things Earth, Moon, and Sun. If you've studied solely lunar calendars or lunisolar calendars that actually do their months with lunar phenomenon, like new moon for a new month, you'll know that 19 years are required for the year of silver, 12 new moons of about 354 days to synchronize with the year of gold, Earth orbiting the sun, or sun around our zodiac tropical years, right? Of about 365 days, right? Well, 365.242 and about 354.36 respectively, but who's counting? So 19 years are very key to the Babylonian Hebrew calendar, which is reaching back into the Akkadian, the Chinese calendar. And I feel it's a masterclass that every astrologer should put them through, is learning how to synchronize the rhythms of Earth, Moon, Sun, lunation, and Earth, Sun, tropical year. This is one of the great keys, now known as the Metonic cycle, though the Greek astronomer Meton certainly lived way after these designers of the old solely lunar calendars that I just mentioned. But all right, anyway. So 19 tropical years are almost exactly equal to 235 synodic months. Lunations, new moon to new moon. Like, what? That's a trippy thing. And one thing I love to see in that, as we know, the tilt of Earth's rotational axis, right? In respect to her orbital plane, it's about 23 and a half degrees in our day and age. So I first kind of anchored into this and still do through, well, 19 tropical years, 19 suns. 19 is the sun card of the tarot. And 235, well, just let me borrow a little point from the sun's circumpunct glyph, and I'll stick it right there to make that 23.5, the tilt of the earth, because of course it's earth and sun that create years. This is like mind-blowing, very little piece of the sacred canon of moon, earth, sun, math, the magics. So another piece of this is that those 235 synodic months are equal to 254 sidereal months. Do you know the difference between those two? Well, let's ask the earth and the sun and the moon to teach us. So I'm starting with a chart on December solstice 2014, which you can see in the lower left from a geocentric point of view, because it's a geocentric astrology chart. In the upper left, you see basically nothing because this is new moon, and the upper left window is going to show us the phases as the moon waxes and wanes. And in the right, courtesy of Solar System Scope, once again, I didn't put their URL, but solarsystemscope.com, a heliocentric, a sun-centered image. And of course, this is moon between Earth and sun. Now, we can't tell here if it's an eclipse or not, because I don't have nodes on the chart. It was not actually, but I love this year of 2014, because if you're playing with Empire Pope time, which is what I call the Gregorian calendar, there was a new moon on January 1st of 2014. And then if you're playing with Earth Sun time, Big Mama's calendar, right? Here's another new moon on the solstice. So 13 new moons this year. First one on January 1st and the 13th on December 21st. And that will happen again 19 years from then, which is coming not too far from now, right? What is that? 2033. Because sun, moon, earth phenomena repeat in 19s, as we will see. Okay, so first we're going to tune into the sidereal month just by watching the moon wax, become full, and now wane as she comes back to the sun, but we're not going to let her go all the way. Instead, we have the moon aligned directionally to Earth, which, by the way, is Earth's south pole. That's 0 degrees tropical Capricorn, when the moon would be directly above the Tropic of Capricorn. Well, were she at a node? The tropical zodiac, very importantly, like so many ancient wisdom shamanic traditions, is a system of the cardinal directions, and Capricorn is so named cardinal cusp because it aligns to Earth's direction through south, as defined by Gaia's spine, which always leans there. So in this image, let's watch it again. I have North Pole leaning down away from the sun, which means what? December solstice, right? Summer solstice for the southern hemisphere, they're leaning towards the sun, and winter solstice for the northern hemisphere, leaning away from the sun, yeah? So the moon is south, meeting the sun, who is Earth south, and that's 0 degrees tropical Capricorn, when the sun shines directly above the Tropic of Capricorn. It makes so much sense. Okay, and so when does the moon get to Earth south once again? When she returns to that same zodiacal degree of 0 Capricorn, or actually, I think it started at 0 degrees and 6 minutes Capricorn for the new moon. This is a sidereal month. Sidereal means of the stars, right? So like the sidereal zodiac, which is a star-based equal sign zodiac, right? Versus the tropical zodiac, which is an earth-based equal sign zodiac. Sidereal means of the stars. It takes about 27.3 days for moon to orbit the earth, if we're using that model, or for them to kind of complete one twirl of their dance in their choreography about our light. We observe this cycle in the sky by tracking moon's consecutive alignments with a fixed star, sidereal. So if you see moon at Pleiades, which in our day and age marks the gateway of tropical Taurus and Gemini, it's going to be about 27.3 days when she returns to those stars. That cluster once again, the seven sisters, Subaru. We observe this cycle in the chart by tracking moon's consecutive alignments with a zodiac degree, as you can see in the two charts here. There are 13.368 sidereal months in a tropical year. Okay, that's average. Very importantly, you can see the math below. Many will say that there's not 12 moons, there's 13. Well, it depends which kind of month you ask, and either way, they're not precise. 13.368. Moon travels at an average of 13.18 degrees per day. And that's why a nakshatra, a lunar mansion, is about 13 1/3 degrees, hosting the space of Moon's daily travel before he goes in that tradition to his next mansion, right? So from this sidereal zone, we've got to move a little bit further, right? It's always this way. When the moon has her sidereal return to that place of the zodiac where the new moon seed was planted, which takes 27 1/3 days, well, the sun's moved about 27 1/3 degrees in that amount of time because the sun on average 1 degree per day, right? And the moon about 13. So with this semi-sextile of 30 degrees, the moon's going to have to move another 2.5 days worth of travel, about a little bit less, to get from the sidereal returning to the same degree as the new moon seed, and now apply to and meet with the sun once again for new moon, and that's a synod. For synod means meeting. So the synodic month, right, which is about every 29.53 days for its cycle, are new moon. So we observe this cycle in the sky by watching moon wax and wane. We observe this cycle in the chart by tracking moon's consecutive conjunctions with sun. Probably a good time to say if you haven't heard about my work, maybe this is a little more astronomy than you were expecting today. If you had, probably exactly what you were expecting. I'm very intent of not only having a personal direct relationship with the living sky, but also connecting to that quantity of the heavenly happenings in an intimate way so we can have, I feel, a more intimate understanding of and therefore experience of and therefore expression of the quantifiable, the mystical, sorry, the qualities, the immeasurable, the mystical, the correspondences. All right. So there are 12.368 synodic months in a tropical year. Now, that's weird. Okay, there's 13.368 sidereal months and 12.368 synodic months on average. What's up with that 0.368? Fascinating, which is 9 and 8, which is 17, which is an 8 if you play number games. And, you know, so by the way, what we see is there's not 12 moons a year, there's not 13. It depends on which cycle you're asking. There's other months in this. We're going to check into a couple of them. All right. And I would say, is it 12 or 13? It's neither and it's both. All right. True to my Gemini moniker, I guess. Of course, we know the synodic month more commonly as the lunation, new moon to new moon. Of course, you can measure this full moon to full moon, or I was born disseminating moon, so I can measure, you know, my phase returns every month, disseminating back to disseminating. But synod means meeting. So of course, from Earth's point of view, when moon meets that sun, we've come to call it new moon, even though it's usually a no moon, unless you happen to be in that place for shadow play when soul meets spirit at a node. Okay. So here's a little math, which is just intriguing, okay? Because you're taking, this is the tropical year. It's an average too, but pretty close, 365.2422, right? Here's the lunation, new moon to new moon, 29.5306. Here's the sidereal, 27.3217. And by the way, we have these calculated to more decimal points, but I think that's enough. All right. The weird thing is, okay, astrologers, if I asked you, what is the smallest number that 3, 4, and 2 will all divide into? In other words, what is the smallest number that has quadruplicity and triplicity and polarity or duality? The answer is 12, right? Hence why creation creates in 12s, hence the zodiac. If I asked you, what's the smallest number that 365.2422, 29.5306, and 27.3217 all divide into? Would you get 6939.6? Probably not. Who would? Well, people sorted this out. First, I would say through observation, and not with decimal points, because in the old calendars, you're not using decimals of days. You can do half days. That's a long story and in a wonderful journey. I really like invite all astrologers to take once again to celebrate by synchronizing the rhythms of Earth, Moon, and Sun, and the Earth and the Sun. So this is a trippy thing, right? The 235 lunations are almost exactly equal to 19 years, and that 254 sidereal months are the same amount of time. What? And here's another little fun piece. Look at the bottom of the screen, that 254 minus 235 equals 19. This is trippy Earth, Moon, Sun, math magic stuff, and it's all over. We'll see a little bit more of it today. And I love that it seems to be celebrated in this beautiful rebirthing solar card called the Sun. That's the Rider-Waite Tarot deck. And here we see the Sun, an interesting place called the Library of Congress. This floor, and not just this floor in this amazing, sacred, mystical building, but this floor has been one of my most important astronomy teachers. When I saw the zodiac in square, and sorry because the view here is cutting out Aquarius through Taurus, which would be at the bottom of the field, so no offense if that's where you resonate most. This floor is directionally aligned. We'll see that actually when we tune into the star, but this point here is due west. And tropical zodiac, the Virgo Libra cusp, is the west point. Interesting name. A star of 8, right? The cardinal directions and the cross quarters. There's 48 rays. It's basically an 8th harmonic thing. 8-pointed star, 8 circles here. This is 32. A lot of that in Masonic DC. And by the way, it's an interesting thing to note that 33 silver years of 12 lunations each, about 354 and a third days in a silver year, 33 of those are almost exactly equal to 32 tropical years. Interesting. Okay, some of you will be like, oh, those 32 and 33 numbers. Well, we see them all over DC because, of course, these temples were built by Masonic folk. And DC and the star alignments of the temples has been very important. I don't know, university for me to be studying within, and I teach that and share that. It's amazing. Anyway, so this is 32 here. But the one that I want to tune you into is these 19 circles in the sun, right? Brilliant. And now I'm going to take them away so we can just look at the star again, because I paid $20 for this picture yesterday. I've taken pictures of this, but I don't know where my DC photos are on one hard drive or another somewhere in space. Pretty amazing thing. There's zodiacs all over this building. You know, at the bottom in front, there's a Neptune fountain, and at the top of the stairs, Minerva, Pallas Athena, with a scroll of the sacred sciences. And astrology's not on it, but there's a whole rolled up bit. I'm sure it's in there. The highest of the lower mysteries, we say. astrology. Anyway, 19, right, shows itself again and again. So let's explore some of these 19s. This is my 38th solar return, 38 being 19 times 2, right? So sun returning to the same degree of the tropical zodiac or any zodiac as it is in the nativity. This is the definition of solar return, right? And every 19 years, when the sun returns, so does the moon. Now, this isn't like a super strong Metonic moon return. Sometimes they're like almost exact. They will never be exact. I literally do not have to get beyond the moon and the sun to show you that every moment is absolutely unique. You are absolutely unique. But moon moves quickly, right? So you can see that she's what, 6 degrees from my natal moon, less than about 5.5. So it's about a half day's travel. So when the sun was in a half degree of my sun, a lunar return. And that happens every 19 years. So 19, 38, 57, 76, 95. Any of you living beyond 95, we could keep going, but I think I'll stop there. You can also have this phenomenon of lunar return during solar return at other ages. One of them is 49, which is 11 more than 38 and 8 less than 57. So there's this interesting 8-11 thing that can come into it as well. But a metonic return, at least within a moon 1 day's travel of returning to her natal position during your solar return, is guaranteed every 19 years. This is the synchronization of Earth, Moon, Sun, lunations. 235 lunations equals 19 solar returns. And because it also equals 254 sidereal, that's going to put Moon in the same degree. See? An amazing synchronization. I was fortunate to learn about this probably from Daniel at the Shamanic Astrology Mystery School shortly before I had turned 38. I was at a park in Seattle, a very special place for me, Lincoln Park in West Seattle. And I just laid on my back and drank the moon that night, you know, and here it was. She was a disseminating Gemini moon reflecting Scorpio light. Diana delivering Apollo's, you know, Scorpio energy to my face on Earth. And I can't tell you what happened, but I can tell you it was good. So here's this hybrid solar eclipse in 2013 that was around the time of the first Shamanic Astrology annual conference, that Renaissance of the Divine Feminine conference I was mentioning before. And let's look at its phenomena from a Metonic standpoint, right? So 11 degrees Scorpio, you know, it's basically at my sun node midpoint, you might see. Interestingly, November 3rd in this degree of the zodiac, that's my partner Anna's birth date and solar degree. And it's also the place that hosted an eclipse shortly after my birth on October 24th, 1975. So this is my postnatal solar eclipse, linked metonically to that eclipse that was happening while I'm in a tent sleeping out front of Moonreach Ranch. To the neighbors' complaints, I later found out during the first Shamanic Astrology annual conference, where I really was actually learning about a bunch of lunar phenomena. I think there was like a workshop after the conference actually devoted to the secondary progressed moon and progressed lunations. So 10 days after my birth, is it total? Partial? Can you see? Well, the moon is 11 degrees from the node, so it's more than 10. So it's not guaranteed to be total, but it could be. Because when you're in this 9 to 11:15, actually no, 10 to 11:15. That's where totality ends. So I was actually just past this 11 degrees and 15 arc minutes range. Okay, so it's actually guaranteed to be a partial lunar eclipse, regardless of how far the moon is from Lilith. So there we go. Postnatal solar eclipse, it's this partial eclipse. All right. So now we get to see a bunch of cats, I think, in, I don't know, I think it's actually 1976, but that photo looks older to me. Watching the eclipse, right? Eclipse glasses have come a long way since then. Found that one online. Thank you, World Wide Web. Beautiful photo. Whoever took it, please don't sue me. Right. So, how do you work with eclipses in general? Right? Do you, as an astrologer, are you working with prenatal eclipse charts with people or postnatal eclipse charts? I want to just check the time because this might be a good time. We're, what, an hour 40 in here, a little bit less, an hour 35. And Gail invited me to do kind of workshop length today. Lecture length I know is 2 hours, but I think maybe we'll do more like 2.5, 3, so I can slow down a bit from here. I know if you can't see it through today, you can watch the recording if you're a member of Tucson Astrologers Guild, so be one. But why don't we take a break? I'll look at any questions that are live, and then we'll take like a 5-minute break so people can grab their tea or do what they got to do. All right.
Great idea. Great idea. Let's do that. 5 minutes. Okay.
Do you want to do that now and I'll look at the chat while we're taking a break and see if there's any questions that I should answer before we dive back in, Gail?
Good idea. Great. Come back at 2:45. Yeah.
Okay, no. Well, so Lisa, my node is total. Oh, so I see what you're saying is well, no, so eclipses won't be like if there's a transiting eclipse in alignment to your natal node, that's not going to tell us anything about its partiality versus its totality, right? It's going to be the eclipse to the transiting node. Now, the eclipse being in alignment to your own node, awesome. And as I'm going to show here in this second half, you are definitely in not only one of what I consider to be a nodal return window, but what I consider to be the most powerful nodal return of the lifetime. Now, I can't say that from experience, but I'll show you why I'm saying that in a bit. And at some point, I hope to be able to say I have experienced my 54 to 57, which is the window of which I speak. Gail, are we good to dive back in or?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Let's go.
Let me find the share button here. All right, so how do we look at an eclipse, right? We'll talk astrology a little bit here. That is why we came. And I don't think I'm gonna like diagnose all of the correspondences of this particular eclipse. I just want to show you a few things that I do, right? So of course we want to consider this as a transit. It's a very special transit. I will typically cast the eclipse and most things first and foremost for the natal place. And then I'll look for the residential place, right? And then also for wherever the person happened to be, right? Like I want to do all of those things. So this is my postnatal solar eclipse. I'm 10 days old. Pretty sure I'm at home, very close to Boston, where my parents lived when I was born. So the place is probably right in all 3 accords. You know, I want to look at the alignments to sun, moon, and nodes and angles may be highlighted above other things. And it's hard to see much here because it's, 10 days after me. It's not too different from my natal chart, right? I mean, Mars is now applying to Uranus and tightening up that trine that we see in the natal chart. Mercury's at Spica. It's a very powerful star, an important star to me, and he's opposite Chiron, right? So that's a thing that has happened. It's interesting to see that the midheaven degree of the eclipse perfection, at least from a geocentric point of view, is very close to my own natal Venus. That Venus and Mercury, as they do in my natal chart, are still in this mutual reception. That Mercury's trining my natal moon. I think that's one thing that maybe excites me about this particular eclipse more than others. I've spent more time with this eclipse cycle than this eclipse chart particularly. I'm going to kind of look a little deeper into my prenatal solar eclipse chart at the end of this presentation, help you understand why I'm crazy. And then we can do some chart examples again, and after another break, if you guys would like to, and gals would like to. All right. But one thing I do like to do with an eclipse is to like take the native out of it and just look at the eclipse as a chart. I tend to cast porphyry charts, as you've probably noticed. This is because when I'm on my game and I'm outside with my feet on the ground, it's the porphyry cusps that I see in the sky. I can usually, without a chart or iPhone or whatever, get the midheaven within a degree and the ascendant within a few degrees when I'm outside at night. And it's easy to, if you can see the ascendant and see the midheaven, just to find the porphyry cusp. It's just a space-based division of the ecliptic. So if you know the ecliptic and you know the angles, they're like, you really, like, I've begun to see them, okay? Well, at this time, I wouldn't be seeing anything but the sun. And by the way, that's why the 12th house is hidden things, right? Because the sun rises from the first, where it's certainly invisible below the ground, to the 12th, where it becomes visible. So why we say hidden things are on the 12th, it seems backwards. It seems as backwards as the truth that the sun rises into the 12th, not the first. But the reason why the 12th is hidden things, not only because mountain and trees and hills and houses tend to block the horizon from your point of view, but most importantly, the sun rises to illuminate the earth, but hides the sky. So we can't tell time with the stars during the day, only the star of ours, right? And that means with your shadow. So actually my experience during the day when I feel the energetic shifts of the sun moving against the house cusps, like sometimes it's like I finally finished the email and that like correspondence 11th housey world and I can get down to work. Like it's literally the sun moving from the 11th to the 10th. And when I experience those energetic shifts during the day, it tends to actually correspond to the Placidus house cusps, which are based on planetary hours, you know, and they're a system of time, which I feel is more of like kind of a daily expression of our craft, where space is a thing of the night, you know. Anyway, so porphyry, night, Placidus, time or day. But I also employ a lot of whole sign astrology, not only because I started at the Shamanic Astrology Mystery School, and that's the house system that Sam's uses, but also because I've studied now and really aligned to a lot of the old Hellenistic techniques, and that was all whole sign, some of the Vedic things too. It's all whole sign. Okay. Anyway, we can see here that the sun is clearly above the horizon. So it's potential that Boston was a place where this eclipse was actually experienced because the sun is above the horizon, right? It's daytime. Now, it doesn't happen to be a place where this eclipse was experienced. I don't think I show a map here, but I know that to be true. So I'm going to look at this as a transit chart to my own nativity. I mean, here I had been born for 10 days, you know, probably look at the time in my life at 10 years old, whereby the amazing fractal time layaway program we call secondary progressions, this energy of the heavens could have come into matter. But I'm also going to just take my nativity out of it and like tune into this eclipse chart. And what are some of the strong aspects that you see? It's hard for me to get out of my nativity here because it is literally only 10 days after I was born. But the Mercury Chiron opposition is super strong. You know, Mercury's separating from Chiron, but it's partile at same degree, right? Neptune, Pluto, sextile, well, we've all got that, right? So, but the Saturn Uranus square, the Moon Uranus trine, these are things that really catch my eyes. And I'll cast this for the birthplace, right? And so here we're talking about 12th house themes, but I'll also say first house themes because I'm certainly going to consider this also from a whole sign perspective. Midheaven's in the 11th sign, right? So I'm just going to point some things out, not say what it's all about. I mean, but it's good to look there and see Venus because she's the planet that is most strongly aspecting not the sun and the moon, but their crossings, the nodes, right? So Venus is involved with this somehow, wedging into this place. I'll also like create a quote unquote houseless chart, which usually I'll use the natural zodiac to do so, the so-called natural zodiac, a whole sign house wheel with 0 Aries, Earth's east point on the ascendant. That is our global ascendant, right? So I'll actually usually kind of start here with it, investigate this thing by signs and aspects, then I'll go into the whole signs, then I'll go porphyry, and then I'm going to put it into the nativity. But we'll do some of that at the end. For now, I just want to show you more about this amazing Metonic cycle, right? So into the mysteries and how we can start using these, not only eclipses to understand more about how we are activated by soul and spirit, but see the waves of their cycles. There's my postnatal solar eclipse in 1975. I'm going to keep it cast with 0 Aries so they're easier to see. And here, as you can see, I'm only showing eclipse stuff, sun, moon, nodes, and Black Moon Lilith, right? So therein, right, we can see that here we're very close to the node. It's just out of that 11 degrees in 15 minutes. I mean, it's just 1 arc minute away. So it's a very close to total, but it's partial. The very almost total partial eclipse, I imagine, because here we see the moon also opposite Lilith-ish, which means that moon is close to Earth, right? Because remember, true Black Moon Lilith is aligned from the center of Earth, that's the center of our geocentric chart wheels, to the lunar apogee, which is the place in the moon's orbit of the Earth where moon is furthest from us, and therefore opposite true Black Moon Lilith in a nativity or any transit wheel or whatever is the place of the lunar perigee where the moon is closest to us. So that would be at 1509 Libra, and the moon's real close. So the moon's moving fast here, and the moon is also very big, right? It's very close to supermoon. So when moon is bigger, she's much more likely to occult the entire sun disk, right? So like doing this where I can occult my face with that hand because it's close to you, it's bigger versus this, right? That's like the ring of fire. Okay. So let's look at this 19 years later, because as we saw, there's one of these great eclipse cycles called now the Metonic cycle, which doesn't, by the way, of course, apply only to eclipses. Metonic is the repetition of sun, moon, earth phenomena. So we can just go 19 years after this date. Now, leap year weirdness, right? It might not be the same empire, pope, or other words, Gregorian calendar date. But we're going to find that moon and sun meet in the same degree of the zodiac 19 years later. And so it is. Here's 1994. And this is this time of this second shamanic astrology mystery school retreat where I gave a talk about Prometheus, and the night before, a couple nights before this, received this really cool download from your own Gail Chilton at Tucson Astrologers Guild.
You're talking about the second one.
Yeah, I stayed at your place. And I can't exactly remember what it was, as I said before, but you like tuned me into something really important.
2013, you've got a chart for 1994 up.
Oh, my bad. So we'll get there. My bad. So this is actually the first Metonic return. Thank you, Gail. So this is 19 years after my birth, from 1975 to 1994. So this would be, as it's written, the first Metonic return of this postnatal solar eclipse chart, right? Or of this solar eclipse chart. So as you can see, same degree. Right at this point, 19 years, which means what? 235 lunations and 254 sidereal months, which is moon orbiting the zodiac or moon transiting the zodiac, right? Now, you're going to see something very importantly different, however, in these charts, and we're going to focus in on that. Okay, so now here we are in 2013, and this is actually the first Shamanic Astrology Mystery School retreat. And again, Moon meets Sun in that 11-degree zone of Scorpio, you know, very slightly different. But look at the Moon and the Sun compared to the nodes. There's a significant difference happening there, right? The next one will be the outer wheel here on this quad wheel shown date here, November 3rd, 2032 will be the third Metonic return of this postnatal eclipse. Can't tell you what happened yet. It's going to be a bit still, right? But again, look at the difference with the node. And I'll show one more. So now I've taken, because I can only show 4 wheels in Astro Gold astrology software, I've taken the postnatal eclipse in 1975 out of the inner, and everybody's just come in one. So we've got now 1994, 2013, 2032, 2051. Okay. And now look at how far the node is from the new moon. So in this first one, the moon and the sun were 4 degrees away from the node and applying to the node. So in the second one, we see the moon and the sun separating from that node, 3.5 degrees away, and then 11, and then 17.5. So what we're seeing is a separation of about 7.5 degrees of the new moon from the node during this Metonic phenomenon. I'm going to show that to you in another way. So this is basically just showing the date, not only of 1975, which is my postnatal solar eclipse chart that we've looked at some, the first Metonic return, the second, the third, and the fourth, but also going back 19 years before my birth in 1956. And these are the positions of the new moon, right? So you can see that they're painting the same degree of the zodiac every 19 years. That is the Metonic thing. This is the position of the true north lunar node for each of these new moons. This is the phase between the new moon and the north lunar node. Okay, and so what I want you to see is that that's changing by about 7.5 degrees with each of these alignments. This is where true Black Moon Lilith is for each of them. I'm not going to say so much about her here, but she helps me, as I showed earlier, tell if a eclipse is going to be partial or total or hybrid or annular. And so here's the eclipse types in the bottom, right? So, well, the synodic and sidereal months synchronize every 19 years, right? As we've seen, 19 years, 235 synodic, 254 sidereal months. The lunar nodes transit the zodiac in 18.6 years, or 18.618, if you're into that whole golden number thing. So this means many things, but one result of this difference between these periods is that the Metonic strings of eclipses, as I like to call these, appear only in sets of either 4 or 5. And the reason is that the phase angle between the Metonic new moon and the lunar node is changing. It's increasing by 7.5 degrees every 19 years. And of course, that eventually is going to take, like in the case here of 2051, the new moon too far from the nodes to be an eclipse. Now, that's kind of a bad example because when the new moon is within 18 degrees, it can be an eclipse, but it doesn't have to be an eclipse. That's like more like 15 degrees, as we'll see when we look at the eclipse limits image again. And this is outside of solar eclipse zone. So this particular Metonic string has 4 instances: a partial, a total, a hybrid, and a partial. And because the new moon is applying to and then separating from the nodes, it's always going to look like that. You're always going to have partials on the bookends of these Metonic strings, and then totals inside, or maybe only annulars or hybrids on the inside. Hopefully that language makes sense. I'm not doing so great with the words there. but hopefully the numbers are telling it all. When you look back at this recording, you can take some time with this one. Maybe create a table like this for your prenatal solar eclipse and postnatal solar eclipse, or other times specific degrees or points or planets of your own chart have been eclipsed. Okay, so that's what I want to kind of wrap about here, right? If I'm sitting with someone and I see that they've got an eclipse on their node, right? Again, this is a couple of days before I had my first ever astrology reading. I had been into the tarot for just a little bit before this, after after I guess we'll say a dark night of the soul in like 2009, 2010. The tarot was helping me out. I was playing with the Crowley deck, with the Thoth tarot, until I started reading some about Crowley, and I was like, oh, I might need to put those books in the garage, you know. The images I'm showing today, I should have mentioned before, are from the wonderful Rider-Waite tarot deck. But astrology was brand new, and again, it was just friends who were, really deep, kind of ceremony circle healing, beautiful people, friends who 3 different people in 1 week said, "Hey, you got to get a reading with this Daniel Gemario guy." And so it was November 15th. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive, when I received my first astrology reading from Daniel. And just a couple days before, here I've cast this for my natal location. I'm not exactly sure where I was. I was somewhere in Oregon, I think, at the time. So, what do you say when you're sitting with a client, a loved one, or yourself, and you notice that there's about to be a total solar eclipse 6 arc minutes from the north node? And interestingly, what time of day is it? Oops. From in Boston, it's pretty close to the time of my nativity, and days far enough so that you get this phenomena of my natal angles are realigned at the time. Now, there's a lot of transits happening, as we said before. Pluto square Pluto, Saturn can join the Sun, Uranus squaring Saturn, Jupiter's transiting the midheaven, the ascendant, Chiron starting to apply to the axis, the first seventh. There's all sorts of things going on here, right? But this is where our attention goes. And as I said a couple times already, but redundancy is built into every great space mission. I learned that one from NASA. When you're talking eclipses, pay particular attention to moon, sun, and nodes being eclipsed, right? That for me is kind of highest priority, then angles, and then all the things, any point being eclipsed, and also like what are the different transits that are happening during the eclipse activation. So Venus is opposite the natal true Black Moon Lilith, for example, right? So there's always wheels within wheels within wheels, the transiting Mercury, Lilith, and on and on. And we can tell this is a total solar eclipse, as we saw earlier, because the moon and the sun are close enough to the node. And it's a gigantic moon, right? So the moon is opposite Lilith, almost exactly opposite true Black Moon Lilith, which is the place of moon's perigee, where moon is closest to the earth, and therefore supermoon, big, and therefore more likely to occult the entire solar disk. Okay. Hopefully some of that astronomy is landing for you. So what am I going to do with my astrological crystal ball when this client comes to me, or I'm looking at my own chart, and I didn't have the gnosis to do so back then, but this is now, and I'm looking at my chart and I'm seeing, ooh, total solar eclipse, 6 arc minutes from the north lunar node. Okay. And then what's our favorite thing we hear from our clients? What does it mean? Or when will it end? I don't like the latter question, but the first one I think is wonderful. And, that's our world, to try to get down to that, to try to understand more about what the quality of these quantities can be. One thing I'm going to do is say, hey, well, how was your experience of a very similar phenomena 19 years ago, right? So I'll rewind the clock and find that Metonic happening of 1993. What was going on for you then? Because at that time you also had a solar eclipse, this one now partial, right? But you had a solar eclipse at the north node. What was going on for you? Right? And if an astrologer asked me that, say, honestly, it was a mess. Although not entirely. It was my senior year of high school, had recently begun at this time. I'm like on one level, like a captain of a lacrosse team and like doing really well on the musical path, but the academic thing had certainly started to dive bomb. My parents were recently divorced. I was smoking a whole lot of weed and drinking a bunch, but mostly the former. I remember sleeping through AP Bio a lot, and that didn't make my mom too happy, and they were very surprised because I had always been kind of on the academic track. But what I can tell you for sure, and I'll get back into this later, is that like my priorities had very much recently been realigned. It was a very big year for me. And so was the next happening, that 2012 happening, as I explained before. And both of these years were really about career shifts for me, at least the focus of, choosing to follow my passions. So one thing to do is, play the Metonic cycle game. When you're sitting with yourself, your own chart, you see an eclipse happening. What happened 19 years ago for you? If you've lived more than 38 years, what happened 19 years before that? Right? So as I rewind another 19 years, here we are in 1974. Well, that's before me. All right. So, and we can do converse transits and converse progressions and play with time before time, quote unquote. But I'm not going to do it here today. Right. But as you can see, there was an eclipse at the North Node in that year, 19 years before, also. Nope, it was a new moon. Okay. Why? Because here we see the nodes, 19 degrees away. Sorry, the new moon 19 degrees from the node. So outside of the eclipse limits, right? It's a powerful new moon, right? If I saw this coming and it's like, hey, the nodes are at Neptune, you might want to pay attention. But what do the nodes at Neptune mean? Right? So this is a really important thing to mention as well. And had I not taken this personal trip down memory lane, I probably would have put more of my focus there because it's more aligned to presentations of this name that I've built before. When the nodes are transiting a planet, a cusp, an angle like this, right? Well, then, since the nodes host the meetings of moon and sun that we call eclipse, it is very possible that if the nodes are transiting a planet of your nativity, a significant point of your nativity, like an angle, it is very possible that you will have an eclipse experience or just recently had an eclipse experience at that same planet or node, right? Because, of course, the nodes are the places of the zodiac that host the sun and the moon for solar or lunar eclipses. All right, so another thing to really pay attention to. I can't ask, this cat what was happening for you in 1974. They weren't even a twinkle in their daddy's eye yet. This native, who is me, his only sister, was at that time 2.5 months old. Right? I can ask my parents what was going on with them. That'd be an interesting study. I mean, we can see some super interesting alignments here, but I think it's moot, and there's other charts that I would rather spend some time on. So here we are back in 1993, right? Partial solar eclipse. Very big year for me. Here we are in 2012 when I first came to astrology. change my life. 2031 will be the next of these phenomena. Now, these are all very different charts. What's the same about them? Where the new moon is. Yeah? You've seen the node is shifting. But of course, you know, this first one we see, it's happening during the Uranus-Neptune conjunction. This next one's happening during the Uranus-Pluto square, right? I mean, the only thing that's going to be consistent, the only thing that does the 19-year cycle is the sun, moon, and earth. So we can see how that story is developing by tuning into all the other instruments of the heavenly harmonies, right? Turning into the other planets, looking at how even the angles are shifting against the natal angles, right? If we cast this for a consistent place, or even if not, right? There's so much we can do with eclipses, like all things astrology, wheels within wheels. It's an endless happening. This one may be more interesting than the latter. Why would I say that? Because, well, as I showed earlier, November 13th, 2012, 2 days before my first astrology reading, and then I reported for my first formal study in Arizona in February of 2013. Well, it was early February 2013 where the nodes had been retrograded far enough through the zodiac to return to their initial position. So here's an eclipse on my node before the exact nodal return. 19 years later, in 2031, who knows what's to come? But now that eclipse at my node is like after the nodal return. Yeah, I don't know that that makes it more specific, you know, or I'm just looking at Uranus at the moon while the node is eclipsed and, you know, trying not to spend some time worrying about the year 2031, right? But if I explode, you know what it was. Okay, that's bad astrology. I'm not going to explode. Things have been good in these eclipse cycles. So, all right, so one more in 2050. I would like to live to see 75 years old at that point. And here is another image of a partial solar eclipse at my north node. But the node now, the nodal return, like kind of behind me. So there's an interesting arc, right? Like the first one, well before the first nodal return. In fact, the node is still in the tropical sign of Sagittarius, and the Mars conjunction intrigues and on and on and on, right? But so, you know, well before the nodal return. I'm just sitting with how is that possible? Okay, we're okay. The next one before the nodal return, the next one after the nodal return, the next one well after the nodal return. And then when I'm saying nodal return there, I should specify, I mean like the exact alignment of the transiting nodes to the natal nodes, because I'm going to offer another image of what these nodal return windows actually are. That's what I want to get to by exploring these eclipse cycles with you first and foremost today. I should say most importantly, because it has not happened first or foremost. All right, so there's one more, 2069. Maybe I'll make it there. Now the new moon, which is at the node, that's the Metonic phenomena, right? Is too far from the node itself, the transiting node, to be an eclipse. And this was a question that came up during the break, like, okay, well, here's an eclipse right at my node. So is it total? And I might be hearing that question wrong, but that's an interesting question. Well, it's not about the proximity of the new moon or full moon to your natal node, right? It's the proximity of the new or full moon to the node of the time, to the transiting node, right? And this one gets interesting with that node at my sun and the new moon at the node, but now it's not a solar eclipse. It's close enough to the node to be one, but Lilith says no. See how that's conjoined true Black Moon Lilith? What does that mean? Small moon, right? Because Lilith is aligned to the lunar apogee. So if the moon is small, it's much less likely to occult the sun disk. All right. Thank you, sun. Hello, moon. The 18 card of the tarot. So as we've seen, the Metonic cycle, 235 lunations equal to 19 years. And the lunar nodes transit the zodiac in about 18.5 years, right in between the moon and the sun card, if you will. Well, the 18 is the Saros series of 223 lunations. It's the first time I've ever seen this, actually, but it's one silver year shy of the Metonic. Why do I say that? The silver year is a name given to a period of 12 lunations, which is about 354 and a third days. Though if you're doing this on a calendar, it's 354 days. So that's an intriguing thing to see, that the Saros and the Metonic are separated by one silver year of 12 lunations. And, you know, that's just an example of how when you start looking at this, it is literally endless. Now, of course, that applies to everything astrology, but the sun, moon, earth, you know, it has just been one of my principal studies. I love studying space, but not unintentional extra spaces in text. That kind of freaks me out a bit. Okay, let's continue. So the Saros cycle, 223 lunations, 18.03 years, right? So they don't know how to write 0.03 in Roman numerals, so this moon card is just the 18 card. We got to be okay with that. This is the periodicity of what we call eclipse families. It links many moons, or we should say many months, of which there are many types. Now, we've already met two in this transmission today. The first, and you'll see that I highlight the earth glyph, the cross of matter inside the circle of spirit. What is the circle of spirit? It is the ecliptic, the place of the sun. What is the cross of matter? In a local perspective, that's the horizon and the meridian, the angles of your chart. But from a global perspective, it's the spine of Gaia and the plane of her daily motion, which is the equator, right? As that defines the directions of the directional zodiac. This sidereal thing would apply to the sidereal zodiac too, but I like to show it against the earth glyph because basically this is the amount of time it takes, as we've seen, sidereal for the moon to orbit the earth if we use that model. What about consecutive from Earth's point of view? Not moon in a degree of the zodiac or moon in a star, that's sidereal. But what about moon, sun? That's the synodic, right? Synod meaning meeting. So every 29.5 days, about the moon meets the sun for new moon. 2 other months for us to look at, or months for us to look at. Draconic. What would that be? That's moon at ascending node, back to ascending node, or descending node, back to descending node. Call those north and south if you prefer, or south and north, depending on where you reside on Earth. That's about 27.21 days, the shortest of these. People, by the way, who argue for a 28-day calendar month, moon doesn't 28 ever. So maybe you've heard that argument made. It's entirely moot because it's an argument that's usually made, say, hey, we should really do our months according to the moon. So they should be 28 days. I don't know. It's like, it doesn't work. We need to pay attention to the true sacred canon of number, and it's difficult because they're confusing. One more month, animalistic. And this is the moon's speed or proximity or size from Earth's point of view, because it's moon from perigee to perigee or apogee to apogee. That would be moon conjoined through Black Moon Lilith, back to Lilith again. And that's the 27.55 day period. Okay, so let's try to synchronize these things. Yikes. The Metonic cycle of 19 years we have seen does this, right? It's 220, it's 254 sidereal. Hold on a second, friends. This is one we do have to fix. A little extra space is cool, but I don't want to give you bad numbers. Okay, where were we? 235 synodic months, 235 lunations in 19 years, and those 235 lunations are 254 trips of the moon through Earth's zodiac sidereal months. Okay. And they're at the same degree, that's sidereal, and it's going to be the same phase, that's synodic. So if it's a new moon, it's a new moon. But again, like I was born disseminating, so 19 years is going to be disseminating, but same degree-ish of the zodiac. The Saros series, Sirius cycle, a Saros is 18.03 years. And it is not a sidereal phenomenon. Because sidereal means in the same degree as the zodiac. Now, if we're talking about new moons or full moons, right? Moon and sun phenomenon, the sun is not going to be in the same degree of the zodiac 0.03 years, right? After a time. 18 years would work, but that 0.03 does not. We're going to see how far the sun moves in that time. So now the Saros series is 223 synodic. 12 lunations or 1 silver year short of the Metonic period, as I just learned today. It's 242 of these draconic periods. And it's 239 of the animalistic periods. Freaky stuff. Okay, like I don't think I show the math on a slide here, but basically you multiply 239 times 27.55, 242 times 27.21, 223 times 29.53, and you're going to get a period of 18.03 years, right? So basically you would just divide the result of any of those multiplications by the year, the tropical year of 365.2422 days. The fact that these things all synchronize is, the matrix or the goddess, you choose. I'm for the latter personally, but you decide. All right, 2 eclipses of a Metonic string. This is an eclipse that happened last year on the solstice, in the first degree of Cancer. For me, it was one of the most powerful astronomical events of our lifetime. Actually, I would say it's the most powerful astronomical event of our lifetime, next to this one, the June solstice 2001 total solar eclipse, followed shortly after by that thing that happened in September, the towers that has, changed the world. Hopefully not forever, but certainly still. I have a long transmission about that. You can find on my website, geminibrett.com, called The Sun on the Cross and the Turning of the Ages. All right, but what I want to show you here is, though these are both north node eclipses, and you can tell by the eclipse path on the map, by the way, because it looks like a north node. South node eclipses do this, kind of more like the south node, which is an intriguing thing. The ancients seem to know a lot more than we give them credit for. What I want you to see is that they're very different paths. Whereas 2 eclipses of a Saros series, very similar path. Not entirely identical, but very similar. Why? Well, it has to do with a few things. It has to do with how close the moon meets the sun to a crossing point, to one of the nodes. It has to do with the size and therefore the speed of the moon. And that's, of course, the aspect of the moon, or in this case, a new moon, since we're talking solar eclipses, the phase angle of the solar eclipse with Black Moon Lilith. So 2 eclipses of a Metonic string. 19-year separation, right? Here in 2001, new moon at 10 arc minutes of tropical Cancer. 19 years later, the Metonic phenomenon, right, which synchronizes, same degree of the zodiac, 21 arc minutes of tropical Cancer. Same zone, yeah. In 2001, the new moon is 6 degrees and 10 minutes before the lunar node. So moon and sun are applying to the node still. Where in 2020, 19 years later, the moon and the sun meeting in the same degree of the zodiac, but now both separating after the Gemini north node. In 2001, sorry, the new moon is about 144 degrees after Lilith, right? This is the biquintile from Lilith to the moon sun here. And over here, new moon, 83 degrees and 45 minutes after Lilith, right? So more of like a square, Cancer to Aries, where here more of a quincunx, Cancer to Aquarius. So the moon is a different size. She's a different speed. It's a different animal. The moon and the sun are a different distance from the nodes. Interestingly, this one looks way more total, doesn't it? The new moon is right there next to the node. I mean, it's only 1 degree and a quarter minutes from the nodes. Where this one, we're 6 degrees away from the nodes. This is the total eclipse of the two. What? Even though it's much further from the node, how can it be? Lilith. You need Lilith if you want to know about an eclipse's partiality versus totality or annularity or hybrid and all that. This was an annular eclipse. And it actually amazed me because what I found, right, so moon is an average distance from Earth, an average speed when she's square Lilith, the far point. Because when she's square the apogee, Lilith, she's also square the perigee, far point, close point, right? So that's average. Even when the moon is the average distance from the Earth, she is not large enough in our sky to occult the entire sun disk. So here, further from the node in 2001, and yet much further from Lilith in the chart, so close to that perigee, which of course would be at 6 Leo at the time. And so the bigger moon more likely to occult the entire sun disk, and so it was. Total solar eclipse in 2001 at the June solstice, annular solar eclipse last year in 2020 at the June solstice. Now, 2 eclipses of the Saros series. So I'm going to leave this one here, the 2020 June solstice eclipse. Why? Because I made this slide last year for my astronomy class. All right. And now we're looking not 19 years before in 2001, but rather 18 years or 18 years, 11 days and 8 hours before, 18.03 years before the Saros periodicity, a Saros, June 10th, 2022. So the new moon, not in the same degree, because 18.03 is not a whole number. New moon's at 1954 Gemini. The Saros is 18.03 years, which is 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. How far does sun move in 11 days? About 11 degrees, right? 19 plus 11 in zodiac math equals 0. We do weird math around here in astrology, don't we? The new moon is now 2 degrees and 3 minutes after the node. And the new moon is 87 degrees and 53 minutes after Lilith, if I did that math right this morning. I think I did. So now look at the similarities. Okay, definitely not the same degree of the zodiac. Again, because 18 years and 11 days, right? So Saros does not unite the sidereal. It's going to mean a different degree. It does unite synodic, of course, new moon and new moon. But look at the similarity for the nodes within a degree and for Lilith within 4 degrees. And as I said before, true nodes, contrary to popular belief, actually aren't true. True Lilith is not true either. I like to say I use the true nodes, not the mean nodes, because I try not to be mean and I try to tell the truth. But if I wish to, I must say also that the truth is that these are mathematically calculated, and it's a really, really tricky thing to do. It's like math and astronomy that's beyond my level. All right, so let's look at this periodicity. We're going to watch every eclipse, and it's going to take 2 minutes, of Saros series 145. This is the eclipse Saros series that came around in 2017 that many were calling the Great American Eclipse, because it was the first time that we had had a total solar eclipse grace the continental United States since 1979. And it was the first time since we had a total solar eclipse path move coast to coast across the continental United States since 1917. Is that right? No, 1918. The way I remember is that it was the year of my grandfather's birth, and then the next one was the year of my grandfather's death. But that doesn't necessarily mean I remember that right, because I have a couple of saxophones from that age, and sometimes I mix the age of saxophones with the age of my transitioned grandfather. Okay, anyway, eclipses of a Saros, right? Let me go back here one more time. Notice this, right? And we can see it in the images. They're very close. They're relatively close to the same orb from the node. That was not the case for the Metonic, right? 19 years versus 18.6 years. And so as we saw earlier, there's in Metonic strings, you either get 4 or you get 5, okay? With Saros, they stay so close to the nodes. They apply to the nodes for a long time, they perfect the nodes, and then they separate from the nodes for a long time. The average amount of instances, or as I like to say, dragon heartbeats in a Saros family is 72 or 73. So you multiply 72 by 18 years, or 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours, right? So 72 times 18 is 1296. So eclipse families, the Saros series of eclipses, they're around for like 1300 years, right? And we hear the drumbeat of that dragon's heart every 18 years, 11 days, 8 hours. A north lunar node eclipse begins at Earth's north pole. A south lunar node eclipse family begins at Earth's south pole. And then, serpent again, the south node eclipse will snake up from the south pole, up and around, and end at the north pole of Earth. And before it ends, a new south node eclipse is born to take its place. It's kind of the reincarnation of the north node eclipses begin at Earth's north pole, snaking down and around the globe if we call south down. And we should, because Earth is moving north through space. Look into the apex of the sun's way. All right, so you can see that, although foggy here, the new moon at 14 Capricorn is well distanced from the north lunar node at 28 Sagittarius. This is a very partial solar eclipse. And even if it wasn't, who's around to see it when it's up there at the North Pole, right? But as we're going to see, on the left here, thanks to moonblink.info, my favorite eclipse sandbox online, astronomically speaking, we're going to see every instance of, I think, the 75 eclipses of this particular eclipse family. And you're going to see it snake down and around the globe. And as you do, what you're going to see is that the new moons are applying to, or the node is applying to, it's hard to say which, right? But this gap, this phase angle between the new moon and the node decreases as the astronomically on the body of Earth, the new moon or the solar eclipse is getting more and more temperate zone. And equatorial is kind of like the place where they max out in greatest totality. Exceptions to every one of these rules, by the way. And then it gets more and more partial as it continues to snake on the way out of totality down to the other pole of the Earth from where it began. So we're going to see the phase angle between the new moon and the node decreasing, perfecting, and then increasing over the course of this 2-minute video, which is going to cover, I don't know, 1500 years or something. Should really put some music here. I'll play some music for y'all. This is a song about the new moon perfecting to the node, and now it will start separating. We need a good like funeral song for this eclipse family. Um, a client yesterday who told me like after years and years of her family members dying, like just the last one went kind of reminded me of this thing. And sure enough, she's in this like, eclipse return cycle. So this is a really cool graphic. This came from greatamericaneclipse.com. 63 actually was a time when that so-called Great American Eclipse of August 21st, 2017 last came around. Anybody remember a significant happening in the United States in the year 1963? It actually only shadowed some of the United States, including Maine, and John F. Kennedy visited that point in the moon wobbles time, like this, between the previous eclipse families of the year and the coming eclipse families. And he gave a speech at the University of Maine, I believe, right where this shadow serpent had moved through, right? And then, of course, it was in November of that year in Dallas, Texas, where things very much changed. All right, so 1963, then 1981. Why? Well, here's the 18 years, 63 to 81. Here's the 11 days, July 20th to July 31st. And here's the 8 hours, which is a third of a day, or in other words, a third of an Earth spin, right? So we go a third of the way around the world, and then 81 to 99, now moving through Eurasia, and then another third of the world here. So 18 plus 18 plus 18 are 54. How many beads on the rosary? Interesting. Another 54 years. So this, by the way, 54 Saros. Nobody likes this joke, but I think it sounds like Triceratops, and that's a dragon too. Okay. 54 years plus 54 years, 108. I said during our break, I feel that the 54 to 57 year nodal return window is the most powerful of them all. This is why. The eclipse, your prenatal solar eclipse family, if you're looking from your prenatal solar eclipse, returns to the same longitudes or time zones of Earth that it shadowed before your birth. And I mean, if you live to 108, go for it. I'd say maybe that's even stronger. But importantly, again, you can see that these are going down the Earth. Why? Because it's a north node eclipse, which means it starts at the Earth's North Pole and slowly snakes down and around the globe, right? 108 is a very important eclipse number. We were looking at 400 before because the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon by diameter, but 400 times further away. So they appear to be the same size in Earth's sky. 108. The moon, who is 1080 miles in radius. By the way, that means the diameter is 2160. So what? Well, an astrological age, a 12th of the precessional cycle is 2160 years. This is the sacred canon of number, space, time. The moon is about 108 moons away from Earth. So 2160 miles times 108 gets you approximately to the distance of the moon from the Earth. All right, that's 97.6% accurate. That's pretty high. The sun, even more so, okay, 98.9% accurate. The sun is about 108 sun diameters from the Earth. What is the diameter of the sun? 864,000 miles. What's the diameter of Jupiter, you ask? 1/10 of that, 86,400 miles in diameter. It's the great gas giant guru Jupiter. How many seconds in a day, you ask? I'll tell you, 86,400, the sacred canon. And 108 ties these things together. 108 degrees in a pentacle, bringing you back to the Venus transmission you received from Tammy and Kaylin yesterday, I hope, okay? What is the alchemical metal associated with the sun? Gold. What about the moon? Silver. And what is its atomic weight? 108. 108, which you will see here too. Even though, how many of you haven't mapped out to live to 108 or 114? Let me show you first and foremost where these things come from, and then we'll get back to that. All right, so I have, instead of 18.03, I have 18. 18 times 2 is 36, 54, 72, 90, 108. So this is the Saros periodicity, okay? Now it is actually 18.03 or 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. That you can see this if you cast a chart for that time. Go to your 18th solar return, go 11 days later, go 8 hours later than that, and you're gonna see a very similar relationship between the phase of the moon and the sun. It won't be at your sun. It's 11 days after your solar return, but the phase of the moon and the sun, the phase angle of the moon and the nodes, so this is lunar latitude, and the phase angle of moon and Lilith. Those will all be very similar to that of your nativity. This isn't only for eclipses, the Saros. It's all moon things. So 18 years on one side, 19 on the other. The Metonic returns, right? Is the same degree, right? So when you have a solar return every 19, 19, 38, 57, 76, 95, the moon will be very close to her natal position. And in between those two periods, the nodal returns, 18.618 years. So 18.6. All of these are averages. And so how long is a nodal return? I mean, typically the nodes just retrograde past your natal nodes in a moment's time. Is it a moment? Do you add 3 months before and after, 6 months before and after? Do you track the time that the nodes are transiting your natal nodal sign? What if you have your nodes at 29 degrees or 1? This is what I do. And I see that it works amazingly. I really hope you will test this. And if you're in one of these windows, let's drop in a bit. So I'm going to finish my story, and then maybe we can do a chart example or two. And I'll say I will favor, if anybody wants to play, folks who are in one of these gateways, if you will. One thing I'll say, it's one of my favorite things about this, right, is you can see that as you grow in in wisdom, experience, the window's wider. So your first one, 18 to 19, 1 year. Second one, 36 to 38, 2 years, right? 3 years, 4 years. And again, the Triceros 54, because it sounds like Triceratops. No, because it's back to the original position, your prenatal eclipse or postnatal eclipse. And 108, especially if you can do it, right? 54, the number of beads on the rosary. 108, the number of beads on the mala. The number of stitches on a double stitches on a baseball. 108, the number of square feet required in the United States for a chicken to be considered free range. I could go on and on and on like this, by the way, but I think most importantly, 108, the beads of the mala, and there's many beautiful connections in the names of the divine, and we could go on and on and on. But as we've seen, it's a sacred number that links moon, earth, sun. Oh, there was one more that I didn't read from that slide, which is that the sun is 108 earth diameters in diameter. All right, so I want to share just like a
So,
little bit of what was happening for me at this time in my life, and also like how I work with eclipses. Oh, one more thing here is it's 18 to 19. Well, my prenatal eclipse, I was born in October. My prenatal eclipse is May. So my 18 window is going to open up before this, because really what I'm doing is the Saros return of the prenatal solar eclipse family to the Metonic that follows. So I'll show you an example of that, I think, especially when we get into some chart examples for those of you guys who want to stay a little bit later. Probably another 15, 20 minutes here of this flow with the slides. Somebody's not muted, so I'll ask you to please mute your microphone.
I was just going to say Tracy did return. So if you have her chart,
Oh yeah, right on.
she's on.
Cool. Yeah, we've found out a couple of folks who are in one of those nodal return windows now. And then the one that I think is the most powerful. Okay, so back kind of where we started, this is in my story when my formal astrological education began. I mean, in many regards, that arrived as soon as I received the Shamanic Astrology Handbook, and also this wonderful CD that Daniel sends out when you book a reading with him, where he's giving some really cool transmissions of how he approaches this energies of the different planets with the great John Dumas playing music behind it. Very cool thing to hear. So this is during a nodal return window, right? We see the nodes are very close to their natal position. This is the exact nodal return, I guess, a couple weeks before February 7th, when I'm looking at the true nodal position. And then here's that time of my first reading with Daniel, which we've looked at a bunch. So November 15th, 2012, we see the sun with the node. We know it's an eclipse, right? Total solar eclipse, 6 minutes from the node. And then we looked back and we saw before, as I want to get back to this, that there's transiting retrograde Mercury applying to square Neptune. And by the way, I mean, I know a lot of astrologers aren't into these words, and that's certainly true for the Shamanic Astrology Mystery School, but these are the signs, Pisces and Neptune, where Mercury is said to be in detriment. Sorry, Pisces and Sagittarius. I don't even know. I think I just said like Neptune and Neptune. The signs of Pisces and Sagittarius, right, are where Mercury is said to be in detriment. If you have studied your, well, let me just leave that there for now. So I'm going to go back and track the metonics, right? So as I said before, you're sitting with somebody, you're like, oh, wow, you got an eclipse right on your node. Let's go back 19 years. Let's go back 19 years before that. Well, that takes me back before my birth. If I turn to the next year, little baby me experiencing postnatal solar eclipse 10 days after my birth. Okay, so here's November 3rd, 1975. And let's look at the associated metonic string of this one. So that brings me to 1994, 19 years after 75. The year I graduated high school. And then it brings me to 2013, right? So now I'm at this first Shamanic Astrology conference. So this one is related to my postnatal solar return chart by Metonic cycle. All right, so let's including me, let's all take a breath here, because this is going to get like it's going to bring a lot of these things together, and I know how confusing they can be, especially when we're saying things like 18.03, because math can terrify us. I'm going to go back to baby Brett, postnatal solar eclipse. I'm 10 days old. 19 years later, the Metonic cycle. Same degrees occulted. 19 years again, Metonic cycle, same degree hosting the eclipse. And here I am studying astrology now, well, almost a year, having received my first reading. This is kind of the anniversary of that time. So within this period, right, I'm coming to shamanic astrology mystery school courses, and here I'm at this first annual conference again in Arizona. Not long after, I'm leading an eclipse happening there in April, and then I'm speaking at the second conference in 2014. So, of course, we start all investigations with the natal chart, right? And I'm going to go back to the prenatal eclipse. So what do you see? You know, what are the things that first kind of speak to you here? This is my prenatal solar eclipse. Let me go back and I'll show. So my prenatal eclipse is a lunar eclipse. And by the way, it's a total lunar eclipse. And yet I spend a lot more time with the prenatal solar eclipse. Like this is one I look forward to like deep diving with some point, right? I mean, interestingly, we see the full moon, the total lunar eclipse. It's in a mystic rectangle with Mars, Lilith, and Pluto, which is an aspect group that I've become absolutely fascinated with and spend a lot of time teaching. I'm interested in seeing the non-adjustable, which is the highest part of the chart. It's always square the ascendant. It's always in the 10th house on the ascendant at the time. Sagittarius at the midheaven and Pisces rising. This is for my natal place where I was riding in my mama's womb at the time, okay? So why am I interested in that? Well, from a whole sign perspective, this is the 7th and the 10th. They're both ruled by Jupiter, who's on hand. There's this interesting Jupiter-Saturn square going on, or better said, you know, Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter in square. I mean, there's a lot to see here. I'm very interested in Mercury at the moon. But what I will say is there seems to be, and this is a really powerful place to play with prenatal and postnatal eclipses. The 7th house is indicated by the angles at the time, and the 10th house is indicated by the angles at the time. And there I'm speaking whole sign, although this is also in the porphyry 10th. So first, 7th, right? Whole sign, Gemini, Sag. 710 or 1, 4, 7, 10, the angular houses, if I painted in the descendant of the time of the eclipse and the IC. We can see that the descendant at the time of the eclipse is pretty close to my Venus degree, who natally is square Neptune. Neptune is configured with the eclipse. First, 7th relationship axis. The sun, however, is in the 12th house side, and Neptune's right at, as it is in the nativity, but the retrograde at the descendant, right? So we're thinking like, okay, relationship stuff, career stuff, weird stuff, right? Like, and square stuff, kind of family, Cancer, individuation, Aries, the blessings and the challenges of Saturn and Cancer as it is, you know. So those things, those are the initial things that kind of pop in. I've spent a lot more time looking at my prenatal solar eclipse, even though my prenatal eclipse is a lunar eclipse. I see the lunar eclipse as kind of traveling companions with the solar eclipses. The solar eclipses are way more specific on Earth. And so it's easy for me to like kind of tune into solar eclipses more specifically than I can lunar eclipses. Like at this level of where I am in my study right now, like that's one of my goals, to change that, to bring in the moon just as much. I am born at night. All right. So anyway, this is the prenatal solar eclipse. You can see the angular alignments are like very similar, but even more aligned, right? I mean, less aligned to my natal horizon, but the IC at the time of the prenatal solar eclipse cast for Boston, Massachusetts, which is a partial solar eclipse. I can tell with the orb to the node and considering Lilith. The IC is my lunar degree. Mercury is at the ascendant, right? So, and a couple weeks later for the full moon, he's at the moon. So he tied together my ascendant and my moon, which is an interesting angle, because another thing I would love to share with you, maybe not today, maybe in our examples, is an idea called what I call shadow pulsing. Venus is at the degree that Mars would make his way to by the time I was born. Okay, so the IC is the moon. The descendant is Venus, right? So that's a silly thing to say. The descendant of the prenatal solar eclipse is aligned to the degrees that hosted Venus by the time I was born, some month later, 5.5 months later. What are the transiting aspects that you see? And for me, the way to do that is like to take the nativity out. Here we're looking at just a 0 Aries wheel, a so-called natural zodiac wheel, right? So in this sense, I'm also taking out the houses. I know a lot of folks kind of consider signs and houses to be the same thing. I certainly don't. Okay, so what I do when I put this on a 0 Aries wheel, I mean, there's probably a software button where I can just take the houses away altogether. But that's what I'm just looking at this kind of first and foremost from a sign basis and really tuning into some of the significant planetary alignments or aspects that I see in the chart itself. And I'm going to start with what? The eclipse, right? So 20 degrees Taurus. This is all tropical zodiac. Well, there's a sextile with Mars. And there's a sextile with Saturn. So that's interesting. In fact, well, the eclipse is closer to Saturn than it is Mars. Jupiter squares Saturn. It's a very significant aspect in this chart, especially given the traditional ideas about what Saturn in Cancer is. Jupiter trine Neptune. So what's the Jupiter square Saturn? I mean, one way Jupiter in Aries, I can say the spirit of individuation. Cancer, Saturn, some of the challenges, right, around the foundations of family, nurturing, shelter. The tension there, Cancer, we are all family. Aries, I need to be me, right? And it's social, Jupiter, Saturn. Okay, so we got that thing going on. What about the new moon and Mars? How much do you play with sextiles? I mean, they're huge. Mars in Pisces, right? There's a little bit of the mystic in that. There has been in my life, and I think that this is more aligned, and this is why I really wanted to point out the Mercury-Neptune square at the time of that eclipse, which I showed you a couple times, because for me, and at least definitely in my experience, if not only by math, the Mercury-Neptune opposition of this chart is the thing. It's not only Mercury opposite Neptune, but it's a Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune wedge, right? So what has that been? What would you guess? And one way before we even guess what it is, because here we see 3rd and 9th. Well, that's just because it's a natural zodiac chart, right? But it is Mercury. Is it learning? Well, it certainly was one of those nodal returns, wasn't it? Like I learned astrology. Is astrology Jupiterian? Is it Neptunian? I've very much kind of gone my own way in the way that I do astrology, but wanting to stay rooted in the family and the tradition. Yeah. So but there can be tension there for sure, as it is. But what about Mercury, Neptune? Okay. The reason why I really wanted to focus on Mars is something I'll share more when we put it in my own natal chart. Here we're looking at a whole sign house system for that same moment, this prenatal solar eclipse, cast for Boston, Massachusetts, where I was eventually born 5.5 months later. So now we get to see the angles, right? The angular signs. Which if you study traditional astrology is going to really bring your attention to Jupiter, Pisces, Sag, to Mercury, Gemini, Virgo. If you're a modern dispositorship kind of person, that Pisces is going to bring your eyes to Neptune. Well, these 3 planets are all configured, right? Mercury, sextile, Jupiter, Jupiter trine Neptune, and therefore Mercury opposite Neptune. That's the wedge, right? with Mercury, Neptune in angular places. There's something about home. There's something about career going on here. You feel that? In Neptune, there's something spiritual / confusing. I did a really good job not swearing right then. Mars, angular. Pisces, Mars. What's going on with that? So, and speaking of, I'm going to now turn this to a quadrant wheel. So we can really see and kind of feel with our feet on the ground of the horizon how close Mars is to that ascendant, rising up. The first traditionally known to be, you know, the strongest house, and then as they rise, the 10th, and then 7 and 4. But the fourth house scene looks a lot different from the whole sign chart, right? Now we have Venus there in Cancer in that same degree as we saw before. And we will again when we put this against my nativity, that Mars would find his way to, you know, and I'm completing a square and some more between this time and my nativity. Strong second house, but let's go back. Third sign eclipse, second house. Communicating the needs that fuel the journey, learning to. All right. So against my own nativity, well, okay, not such a total solar eclipse, right? In fact, it's a partial solar eclipse, new moon, too small and too far from the node to be total, but it's at my node, right? So when you do this, right, we're going to say, okay, here's whole sign. I mean, here's like natural zodiac. What was this eclipse? Okay, well, what was this eclipse as it was experienced in the natal, in the birthplace? Whole sign, porphyry. I've considered other house systems with this eclipse too. Now, what is that eclipse in the houses of the native, though they had not yet been established? Or perhaps they had. I don't know how that works, right? But certainly I was not yet born. 12th house, personal undoing, self-sabotage, mental institutions, rehabs, maybe. Definitely spiritual samadhi, oneness, that quest, right? Okay, interestingly, because you know, when I just look at the chart, whole, you know, natural zodiac, it's like, what is the eclipse for the world? When I bring it into the natal location, how did, for me, Boston experience that eclipse when I was womb riding? Oh, now, how is this person? How am I connected to this eclipse, which was the prenatal solar eclipse for like 6 months of people, which makes it more social, less personal, more tribal, more cultural. Right? When I'm looking in Boston, it's like, ooh, like local cultural. When I'm looking against me, it's like, how do I fit into all of that? Right? So what are the alignments you see in this bi-wheel, right? So a significant one, especially when we're talking eclipses, look at alignments to the nodes and the sun and the moon. The angles align to the moon, and it's the angle of home and roots and family. The eclipse aligned to the south node in the 12th. Is it past lives? Is it heritage, ancestry, you know, something deep? The descendant with Venus, who's in my own personal nativity, a lover, the priestess, you know. She's a very high and bright morning star. She's also in a sign traditionally considered to be that of her fall. She has an separating square with Neptune. Neptune's right on the descendant. We can see some relationship challenges in the natal chart in general in many different ways. I'm sorry, I see that, right? I'm inclined to see that because I've lived that some. And this eclipse really seems to speak to it. And Mercury, Neptune on the horizon, on the relationship axis, first, me, seventh, we, or the other. Well, Venus is highlighted. Well, the moon is highlighted. Venus and Mars, right? Jupiter and Saturn. So the very interesting story starts showing itself. Now, you noticed earlier, I was like, what's Mars and Pisces? And I was like, well, let's talk about Mercury and Neptune. Why wouldn't I talk about that? Well, one way that it's come through in my life is what's called the heroic dose, in the words of Terence McKenna, right? Which is like, don't just eat psilocybin mushrooms, eat like the whole bag of them and see what happens alone in a dark room. I've spent a lot of time in my life, and I've been sober for a long time now, 9 years and more. But yeah, I spent a lot of my time really pursuing the way of the psychonaut, right? Like it's deep kind of psychedelic experience. They started pretty young in my life. And they were huge themes of my eclipse returns. And it's one way that I see this Mercury Neptune. I see trying to figure out confusion around relationship happenings, right? Like literally embedded into this eclipse cycle, but especially how it's configured for me with the IC of the eclipse at the moon, with that Mercury Neptune on the relationship axis, squaring the natal Venus, Mars of the eclipse opposite Venus, while Venus of the eclipse conjoined the natal Mars. So let's talk about what happened during these times. Now, here is another name for that same eclipse other than my prenatal solar eclipse. It was belonged to Saros series 118, according to the astronomical convention, the 65th eclipse of that cycle. Some tables say 66. And it was a partial solar eclipse. Now, here is the first eclipse of that family. I'm talking about 803 AD, okay? So this seems kind of nuts, but it actually really works. And I'm not going to spend any time delineating this. I just want to point out some really important things. So this is the very first, very partial solar eclipse, a south node eclipse. So where was it? South pole of Earth, obviously well before my birth. Maybe there was another lifetime or whatever. But let's look at some of the configurations between the native and the first eclipse of the entire Saros series. And as you can see, there's lots of them. Check out Uranus. I mean, right? I mean, it's like almost exact. Uranus, as you know, an 84-year cycle. How many 84-year Uranus cycles happened between 803 and 1975? Good chunk of them. Jupiter, the ascendant. The eclipse itself, 6 degrees, Gemini, pretty damn close to where my ascendant would be, and right with Jupiter, opposite the natal Neptune, right? But again, as much as Mercury is said to be in the sign of detriment in Jupiter signs, the same is said for Jupiter and Mercury signs. It's an interesting thing to consider because there's been a lot of it's been a lot of that experience for me in these eclipse cycles. I'm going to leave that there. Venus square Neptune, just like in my nativity, but much stronger and aligned to my Mercury, while Mercury is aligning to my Mars. And you saw the Venus-Mars significance of the prenatal solar eclipse, the 66th breath of this particular snake, of this particular Saros family. The nodes are close. They've literally gone all the way around a whole bunch. Pluto with the natal midheaven. Saturn in the natal fourth, near the natal Venus. You'll see a lot of similar themes here. It's not always that way. We see some different themes too. That's as much as I want to do, but most importantly, do this. Look at your prenatal solar eclipse, find out, and I'll show you a place. Well, let me also just say it now, moonblink.info/eclipse/search. Amazing. Many of our astrology softwares, including this Astro Gold, Solar Fire, Kepler, Sirius, they'll let you play with the Saros series too, if you can figure out your buttons. Chiron's involved in this thing. Okay, so I better move on. Anyway, look at the first eclipse of the prenatal eclipse family, and you're going to find some interesting things about yourself, especially you astrologers. So back to the prenatal solar eclipse. And now let's look at its Saros expressions. 1993. The eclipse has now moved from Taurus. Where's it going to go? At 11 degrees. This is shadow pulsing. Okay, so if I see an eclipse at 20 Taurus, I'm like, okay, south node. Yeah, the next one's going to be at 31 Taurus, which is 1 Gemini, where this node is. Okay. And you guys can go back here and, well, let me just point out a few of the things. I'm just going to circle with my mouse. Okay, so Venus at the natal Jupiter, the Mercury across from the natal Neptune again, the nodes now on the horizon. We're thinking relationship stuff, or there's some confusion stuff, right? Jupiter's applying to transit the Mercury-Pluto conjunction of the nativity. Saturn's in the 10th sign. Mars very close to the IC. Well, my parents were divorced sometime in this zone. I'm not exactly sure. You can see Pluto transiting the node as well. I see a comment pop up. What are you seeing in this? But what I want to share is where I was. Okay, I'm going to actually look at that date again. So it's May 21st. And here's May 29th. I think I got the one for the right year, but I'm not exactly sure. But it was in that summer of 93 when I went to Bill Graham Presents. And you know what that means? Laguna Seca Days in Monterey, California. This was the first time I ever saw the band Fish, who was basically my generation's version of the Grateful Dead show, right? So this was my first like big music festival. I've been to a bunch of reggae music festivals. Reggae was my first love. But this is the first time where it was like not only a psychedelic exploration, but oh my gosh, I realized I could eat psychedelics for a living. How, maybe I could be one of those kids selling t-shirts in the parking lot. No, it's my saxophone. Right. And it was like, wow, here are these rocking, amazing musicians playing for tons of people. And they're playing like weird out there music, which is what I love to play. And why don't I just do that instead of go do the engineering school path that my parents had dreamed in for me? Or I should say my mother had dreamed in for me. It's like, absolutely. There's 10,000 maniacs. Turns out I'm one of them. And it was like well revealed here. And so there were some challenging things going on. Now I just showed this because that eclipse was actually visible in Monterey, California, where I was living, going to high school at the time, and went to that show. I don't remember seeing it. I don't know that I saw it, but I could have. The eclipse is still in the 12th house, though, in the first sign. Mercury's in the 12th house side of the first sign as well. Neptune, Uranus, right? Venus squaring them. They transiting, squaring the Jupiter. The Mars at the IC, separations of home, and my parents were divorced, which looking back, yes, did stimulate like a lot of my advancement in drug usage at the time. None of the hard stuff, psychedelics, too much marijuana, but not nearly as much as I would eventually get to. Relationship challenges. Well, my parents' relationship dissolved. I mean, they get separated many, many times when I was growing up. There were challenges in my relationship too in high school. I loved my high school girlfriend, but she was like really straight and square, and I was getting less and less and less so. So now I'm in 2011. By the way, after this thing, the grades fell, the music was exalted, but I also was sent to rehab. I mean, I should say in the summer of 94, I graduate from high school and I was invited to play as a member of the Monterey County All-Star High School Big Band to go on a tour of Australia for a few weeks with the great Ernie Watts. And, then it was just like, totally on, right? Like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm a touring musician. It was a little easier on that tour where the parents paid for the plane tickets and the, bus rides and all that, right? But I did that for years of my life. So most importantly, this happening this weekend, and we saw this before, 10th house, 7th house, in some ways as a result of relationship challenges and issues and that running through. I now bring myself to a place where I realize that, like, it's not school for me. It's going to be this kind of like psychedelic musician. And I did it for years. And, I chose, instead of going to Berkeley to play lacrosse or to another engineering school, which was kind of the idea, I chose to go to Boulder. My sister was there. And I knew it would be a good place to drop out of school and start a band. And that's what I did. And we toured for like 5 years and found some success. And all those guys are still great, great musicians. But what had happened for me when I was out touring around is that I realized I'm a good musician, but not a great musician. And I really, just looking at these genius guys that somehow I was playing with, like, was starting to ask myself at the end, where I was really struggling with my own confidence. And you can see that kind of also shown here, can't you? Um, I was wondering, well, what am I genius at? Right? Like, what am I so good at? And look at the tension of this eclipse, by the way, right? The eclipse squares Saturn. Anyway, and so it turned out to be astrology. I had no idea. What I knew is I was good at math and science and these kinds of things. And so I ended up going back into school and ended up graduating at my Saturn return and got a square job and all that, until some dark night of the soul that happened shortly before this time brought me to the need for healing. And I found that by literally chasing a fortune cookie around community, and heard about a medicine practice that was happening near me, and I went and started receiving direct healings from plant spirits, who eventually introduced me to the planet spirits. And eventually, in that circle, I heard the whispers of the name Daniel Jamario and came to the Shamanic Astrology Mystery School and all these things that you'd heard before. Well, guess what caused the dark night? And you're going to say drug use, because that's what it does. No, that amplified. It was certainly always contributed to relationship issues I had, but it was, a deep breakup. And yeah, I became everything that I really despised when I was young in my father figure. And that just broke me open. Well, look at Venus, not only at the South Node, but where? Remember, 19 plus degrees, that is my prenatal solar eclipse degree. This is that same eclipse coming around by family again, you dig? A new me. The eclipse is at the ascendant. It's moved from the 12th house into the first sign, into the first house across the ascendant. Saturn retrograde at the steersman of the chart, Mercury, right? Classical terms, Lord of the hour marker, Lord of the ascendant. The IC is the midheaven and vice versa, right? So the meridians realigned. The Sun Uranus aligned to the ascendant, cast for the birthplace. That's not where I was. I was in Seattle at the time, for sure. My life was changing in huge ways. And there is undeniably a wave that I can clearly consciously catch and connect to when I compare what happened to me in 93 and 2011, or in between these two different dates. Because in both experiences, I found through psychedelics new communities that led me to completely shifting my trajectory in regards to output and career and my devotions to my passions. The first time, a bunch of kind of wild psychedelic drugs and that scene and music as my life. And this time, finding my way to sacred medicine ceremonies, which I did, and I waited and I was reverent. I had no idea that was going to quickly lead to my sobriety, but that was absolutely the truth. The spirit of that medicine said, dude, you got to clean the fuck up, part of my language. And that happened quick. I was experiencing a really deep heartbreak, all sorts of issues. And then that came pretty quickly. It was January 6th, 2012 to my sobriety, which I've continued ever since, right? So interestingly, that wasn't rehab, but the first time it was like this Laguna Seca days, and then, you know, an outpatient rehab courtesy of my mom's invitation. And the second time, like a whole nother kind of psychedelic community that brought true sobriety for me and also realigned my path and my heart to how I can give my output, right, which has led me to Shamanic Astrology Mystery School, the many branches of the astrological tree, to this opportunity to present this information to you. So I'm really excited to know what it's going to be in 2029 when that eclipse will be applying to the moon. And other things you see here, and time will tell. It's interesting to see now the descendant in the birthplace is the midheaven of the eclipse. All right. So a lot of astronomy here today, and I hope you're cool with that. I don't know if you were warned. I'm very interested in addressing the quantity of the heavenly happenings so that I can engage more intimately with the quality, with the astronomy, to know the correspondences. If you like that approach, I am just about to teach a 6-week web course called Sacred Astronomy for Astrologers, where we break it down from what is the ecliptic, and we get pretty advanced, although this is the level 1 of the transmissions. And I hope you'll consider joining me. So you'll find a courses page at geminibrett.com. You'll also find a work with me tab if you want to check out a session, look into your own Eclipse, Saros series, Metonic series, all that. And the offerings page there, you'll find a bunch of free videos, including one that I mentioned before, the sun on the cross and the turning of the ages, which I think you dig. I feel like this shadow pulsing thing that I was also interested in describing might find its way into one of our chart examples. We will do 1 or 2 after a good break where we can all share and have our mics hot, and as community of astrologers, like look into charts together. And as I said before, let's start here. I did get the birth info for one of you who I think is just 54 or 55 maybe. And so you're in this window, so that could be a cool chart to look at. Yeah, we'll take brave volunteers first and foremost who are in these windows. So thanks so much for tuning in to Joy and Saros. And once again, Gail and Tucson Astrologers Guild, I'm just absolutely honored to be invited to share this information with you. I hope that it's brought some new ways to play. May it have confirmed what you have always known. May it have opened new windows of contemplation and practice. And in true Gemini fashion, may it have brought more questions and answers.
Oh, really great stuff. Loved it. And like you've invited people to, after a break, maybe a 5-minute break or so. Those who want to stick around, you're going to do a chart or 2 of the attendees. Is that what you're offering?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how long. And I also will just plant the seed, and I'll say it again, but I really invite all of you to contribute and share. I will say, if anybody is interested in us looking at their chart, please know that this is being recorded. There's a chance, I know that Tucson Astrologers Guild will share this talk. I don't know if they're going to share this other part. So what I would say is, like, let's see how personal it gets. And at the end, if you say, I don't want that shared with anyone outside of this circle, and we'll do a little thing to kind of protect the circle before we go there too, then we'll say, okay, delete that part of the recording, right? So I would even say, Tom, it'd probably be a good idea to stop the recording and start a new one when it's time for chart examples.
Or we could just call it quits with what we've done, and that's good. And then now just go into a general sharing off the recording.
Okay, yeah, it's up to you, really, Gail. So anyway, let's take. I've got, I guess, 432. By the way, 432,000 is the radius of the sun in miles. So it's a good time to stop. Why don't we go for 8 minutes and come back at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. Is that work? Or 4:40?
4:40, and we'll just go for no more than half an hour.
Yeah, that
okay?
sounds good.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
going to say that I can edit anything out. So, we can either include it or not. So I
Great.
can also make 2 different videos, one with, one without, whatever.
Awesome.
Okay,
All
great.
right, I'll be back in 8 minutes. If anybody has any questions that you want to type into the chat, that's wonderful. Sorry, Gail, I'm seeing a message from you. I can't see the messages when
Then you're
I'm in
screen
the
sharing. Okay.
yeah, when the screen just takes up the whole screen. So sorry I
Anyway,
missed that.
it's a mute point now. It's good. Everything's good. See you in 8 minutes.
All right.
Okay, so this has been really an amazing transmission, or whatever you want to call it, going into such depth with these Saros cycles. That love it, really love it, and thank you so much for your recognition of the this my space, which lends itself to watching connecting the signs with the horizon. Yeah,
Yeah,
really is because of
I'm pretty sure that's what you taught me that night, that I said something about, I don't know, you just corrected me on something which was gigantic. It was definitely, I think it was that one where there was like a night sky thing that followed it, like a short night sky thing, but I definitely learned a lot more from you in that one statement than that entire like night sky night.
It's really because of the horizon here with the 3 little hills in front of my house and the big one, and being able to watch what comes up and where the moon is and where the sun is through the year, and to correlate it with the signs, that it's such a great clock. Or it's a teaching in itself just to be here and observing the motion of the sun and moon throughout the year, and then being able to observe where, oh, there's a star rising in that constellation, and that's would correlate with, and so forth and so on. It's continually teaching me more.
It's amazing how much the sky teaches. Yeah, and just watching these planets, right? I mean, I was like such a disciple of Venus, and then once you do that, she introduces you to Mercury, and then it's on. Like seeing how Mercury.
To see where Mars is currently. Mars just left the Pleiades. It's in the sign of Gemini, but it's between the Pleiades and on its way past Aldebaran soon. So it's really, I looked up there and go, where'd that extra star come from? Oh, that's Mars.
Right.
Yeah, so
it
brilliant.
Must be pretty high for you guys, huh? I mean, it must be almost top of the chart because those declinations.
It is pretty high. And that was about 9:30, 10 o'clock this last week. It was very visible, kind of in the western part, leaning to the western part of the sky. Anyway, we still have.
Well, let's do this. We'll keep it short. I think probably just one example because we want to end by 5-ish. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be 4 hours. And by the way, thanks to everyone for your presence and awareness. And that was a lot of information and a lot of time. So I appreciate you hanging out and receiving that. I hope it adds something. Should we wait another minute or launch in?
I guess everybody's here. Everybody's here that's going to be here. I think Tracy's still here. I don't know. That was a pretty interesting.
I'm back.
I pulled up the chart, and
yeah, it was really good. I had noticed a while back that I think probably it's more prominent for me being born on an eclipse. I've noticed cycles, and you really enlightened me on the Metonic. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Metonic.
Metonic.
Yeah, some say Metonic, but Meton, I guess, was the pronunciation for this Greek astronomer. Speaking of, Tracy, is it okay if I share your chart?
Yes, it is.
And I have it as TC on my thing, but if it's okay, I'll just call you by your name, Tracy.
Sure.
And I know you guys are a circle there, so this is probably something that's already happening just in heart, but with us all so far away from one another on earth, it's always good. And maybe I should have done this from right at the beginning, but especially when we're going into this space, if we can just take a couple breaths and sink into our hearts and together honor the depths of these mysteries. And open a caring space in a safe container. Of course, looking at our nativities, it's such a intimate sharing and offering and investigation. So Tracy, I want to just honor you for allowing us to take a peek at your nativity. Yeah, I was excited. Gail had sent me, I think, 4 sets of chart data at the beginning of this thing, and yours is the first I cast, and I was like, oh, born during an eclipse. Okay. I also want to invite everyone that's here to feel free to like share. I want to like, when I say like, hey, what do you guys see in this? You are totally welcome to like speak up, and you are also absolutely welcome to remain anonymous, right? Do what you want to do. Tracy, how long have you been studying astrology?
Let's see. I've been studying it quite a while, but I would say I seriously began to study it after I had moved here to Arizona. I found teachers. Arizona's a big astrology place. So I would say probably around 2004 or 5, sometime after I had moved here, I started finding teachers, and that really excelled me beyond, reading a book here and there wasn't clicking for me as much as studying with teachers.
Right on. So, if I asked you to look at your prenatal eclipse chart, you probably spent a lot of time looking at it because it's basically your natal chart, right? I mean, you're really born during the eclipse. And is this total or solar or partial? Without you answering that, Tracy, because you probably know, can anyone from what we were speaking about during the talk today, can you tell if this eclipse is total or partial, or penumbral would be the other option for a lunar eclipse?
Because of Black Moon Lilith, that gives us an idea.
Yeah, so first and foremost, proximity to the nodes. And so let me just bring up that eclipse limits image, right? So for lunar, we've got to be within 3 3/4 degrees for definitely total. But it can be total if within 6 degrees of the node. So we see here with Tracy's eclipse, and this isn't the moment of the eclipse, right? The eclipse would have happened with the sun, so more like 27 Sag, right? And so it's about 4 degrees from the node. So we're in that maybe total, maybe partial thing. But Gail, absolutely, what's up with Lilith? So what is it when the moon is opposite Lilith?
Close to the earth.
Right. And so then the question, because we talked about this with solar, big moon way more likely to eclipse the sun. But is the big moon more or less likely to be eclipsed by the earth? And that's kind of a trickier space. So this is my favorite eclipse place. It's called moonblink.info. And if you hit /eclipse/search in the URL, you get right to the same page you would if you hit this eclipse search over here. Genius page, right? So I can just type in here 1964. Well, I can try to 1964. And then we're going to see a lot of eclipses that year because there's one in early January. But here's our December 18th total solar eclipse. It's December 19th universal time. And it is indeed a total solar eclipse. So a lovely thing at Moonblink, if you click over here, it's going to show you where on Earth the eclipse was visible. I wish they did this the other way, because the way it works is anywhere in the light, which certainly includes El Dorado, Illinois, where Tracy was born, that's where the eclipse was visible. Why I wish they would do it the other way is because, of course, we see lunar eclipses at night. It kind of seems like it should be the shadowed place that sees the eclipse, but that's not how these diagrams work. This is a great diagram. These come from NASA, where you just see, look at how barely total that eclipse is, right? Because this is the moon and it's a really big moon. So it's actually when a moon is really big and far from the node, which is the center of the Earth's shadow, it's less likely to be total. So this is just right on the edge of totality, but it is a total lunar eclipse. And so it will tell us which number of Saros series it belongs to, which is 134, and that it's the 23rd in the series. And then I can go back here and look at the series itself, which began in 1550 AD and runs for 1280 years. Okay, but before we go and trip on all that stuff, I'll probably focus on the solar eclipse. So first, let me just, we'll go to that lunar eclipse chart, which is here. And I'm gonna just look at that eclipse chart. So what are some of the things that pop out to you astrologers in this particular eclipse? And anyone's welcome to share. Tracy, this includes you. So what do we know about 27 Sag?
Galactic center.
Right. So this full moon is in the galactic anticenter, which Daniel calls the galactic edge, and it's in the middle of amazing asterism the astronomers call the winter hexagon, that the Lakota call the sacred hoop, and they say it's where our souls come from, and seem to suggest that the galactic center is where our souls will go. This is a very powerful place of space. It is right on the club of Orion. And it's one of the two places, which are galactic crosses, where the ecliptic crosses the Milky Way. So that in and of itself, for me, it's like, wow, that's super powerful. But look at Mercury here, right? So retrograde, this my partner just yelled no at the puppy. That's good timing. Look at Mercury, no. Right, so retrograde Mercury is very much aligned to this eclipse. I always see that as like, well, let's look back at something. Like, let's look back at what? Like, let's look back at the galactic center, right? Mercury is, at least according to in the Hellenistic tradition, he's Cazimi during this eclipse, which is within 1 degree of the sun on the other side, in the throne room, in the heart of it. There's a new cycle beginning. Depending on who you ask, like shamanic astrology waits for the Mercury station direct, but most astrologers look at Mercury cycles configured to the retrograde Mercury Sun conjunction. So this is a very significant mercurial chart, not just that the moon is in the sign of Gemini, okay? Obviously there's very strong Virgo going on here too. But he's saying, look back, and I'm going to, because I actually want to focus on, given the limitations of our time, though you were born during this lunar eclipse, I'm going to go back to the preceding solar eclipse. And I meant to kind of just ask really quickly, was there a solar eclipse before or after? Typically, we have lunar then solar or solar then lunar. Sometimes solar, lunar, solar, which by the way is the very end of a Saros series that's being replaced by a new one. If you consider penumbral lunar eclipses to be eclipses, you can also have penumbral lunar, total solar, penumbral lunar. And the way to see this, right, is that the sun and the moon, it's about 14.5 days from new moon to full. And the sun moves about 1 degree per day. So the sun's going to be about 14.5 degrees shy of there. In other words, 13 degrees Sag for the previous new moon. They're really like working out and seeing these things without pushing the astrology buttons, because it just opens up like higher zodiac math. And you'll then also get to see that it's averages we're playing with. But I'm going to put this eclipse on the screen without your nativity shown. And I also want to show this as just a 0 Aries wheel. So even before we tune into the houses, ask, what do we see? So what about 12 Sag? Gail, you were just speaking about the star that lives very close to that place.
Aries.
Oh, actually, you were speaking about Aldebaran, sorry, on the other side. But yeah, Antares,
it was
the heart of the
Aldebaran.
scorpion, right? About 10 degrees Sag. So that's a royal star. There's something very powerful in that statement. I want to bring, Lilith is here, so the moon is small. So this is close enough to be total, but it's not total. This is going to be an annular solar eclipse. We can check the moon blink and find out that here it is, December 4th, 64. That's actually even a partial solar eclipse, though it's close enough to the node to be total or annular. Have you ever been to Japan,
No,
Tracy?
no.
So this was one that was only visible in Japan, some of, I guess that's Siberia, Korea, Alaska, Hawaii. Have you been to Hawaii?
Yes.
So all the Hawaiian islands were able to see this eclipse. So the way these graphics work is that like Kauai here is like 20. So 20% of the sun was occulted by the moon. Whereas up here, it's like 60% was occulted. So I always love seeing if people went to a place that on Earth could see their prenatal solar eclipse. How old were you when you first went to Hawaii?
I don't remember. I was young. I was on vacation with my parents. So,
So younger than 18.
yeah. I don't remember though.
Yeah. Could it have been as young as 9?
Yeah, possibly.
Right. So I ask about 9 because that's around the nodal reversal. So I can't tell you how many times I ask a client like, oh, have you ever been in this place? Yeah. How old were you? 36. How old were you? 18. How old were you? 27. Like nodal times people go to their prenatal eclipse places. It's trippy, super trippy. Okay. So, I mean, there's some strong aspects going on here. What are the things that scream to you astrologers out there?
T-square. T-square in those Virgo, Sag, and Pisces, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the Uranus-Pluto conjunction of the 60s, right? There were 3 exact alignments, 65 to 67. This is before the first of the 3, but Mars is in the mix. And though Chiron wouldn't be discovered for another, I don't know, 13 years, right? There's Chiron. So there's that T-square that Gail's mentioning. It's a very strong one. Both Moon and Sun are applying to Mars, then Chiron, then Uranus, then Pluto. So that's a very significant tension there, and it's a spiritual tension, right? So before I look at this in houses, I'm just saying, okay, the mutable signs, which shamanic astrology calls service to spirit. I really feel they are the spirit of their elements, like, priestess and mystic and kind of seeker energy. And there's a very strong T-square. I have a music map that I use to like work with a piano player friend to create songs out of birth charts. And I just want to play the sound of a T-square for you. It's this particular T-square is like this. You can feel all that tension, right? But now I'm going to resolve that by bringing in Jupiter. And I would offer that Jupiter is doing a tremendous, giving it a tremendous gift in this nativity through this trine with the Mars, Uranus, Pluto over here. This sextile with Chiron, right? So while the eclipse themselves are kind of hung up in this T-square, we get on a whole nother level this mystic rectangle. The Venus, Neptune in Scorpio, right? And it's trine with Chiron and Pisces, the opposition with Jupiter and Taurus, and the trine with all these Virgo beings. You know, it's like really spiritual, really, you know, I would say in some senses like psychic. There's a thing that's said, of course, about Sag and Taurus. And from a traditional point of view, you know, this eclipse is calling on Jupiter because they're residing in his home, but they can't see him. Phone's dead because quincunx sides are said to be inconjunct. There's blindness there. But one thing I feel to be true about that is that just because there's no aspect, and that's traditional, right? Aspect means to see. That doesn't mean you can't experience it. So, you know, you can see that I'm holding up 2 fingers. Well, how many am I holding up now? You know, and if you really wanted to answer that question, you'd close your eyes. You know what I mean? So sometimes we see more with our eyes closed. It's my feeling that quincunxes and inconjuncts like open the opportunity for kind of our psychic expansions. The quincunx, this is one of the metaphors I use for this is glamping. Are you guys familiar with that term? Where you go camping, but you try to bring the whole feather bed. It's like, you know, Taurus needs to be comfortable. Sag wants to go out into the savage wilderness, and you can't do both. You literally cannot, you know, I mean, you can go out far from home and then for the first time really see the dynamic, amazing beauty of the earth, right? But that's like one of the kind of, I kind of psychic expansions of this chart. We see this very passionate, sensual, sexual aliveness thing here, but it feels like it, to me, and this I would say is kind of at the root for 6 months worth of beings, because I'm just looking at the eclipse itself, not the eclipse in Illinois or the eclipse even with Tracy, right? It's like, it looks like a lot of church. It looks like a serious hang up in regards to how you're supposed to pray and the tensions that are going to help us break through and let us seek our own way. And that the resolution is going to be found when we open up kind of a psychic experience or a spiritual, sensual experience with nature and with passions. That for me is like what this chart is. Does anybody want to add to that or challenge that or anything? And it's 5, right? So sorry, charts always take forever.
If you want, I can actually speak to that.
Absolutely.
I grew up in a very fundamentalist evangelical Christian family that I rebelled against very young, and just felt that it was not me at all. And in
How
fact,
old were you when you rebelled? I mean, how old were you when you were like able to actually leave church and all that?
I was able to actually leave. I think I was probably like younger teenage years. Maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I mean, no worries. Sometimes we know. I mean, that can often be Saturn opposition. We love Sagittarius, Aquarius, Saturn in the chart, right? It's a serious freedom fighter going on here.
Yeah, it was prior to like 16. I know I wasn't driving yet or anything. It was like younger teenage years. So
Got it.
maybe even 13 or so. I don't remember whenever I finally kind of
when I'm looking at eclipses, I'm always hoping to hear 18, 36, 54, these kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so when we bring this now, I'm going to just change house systems and we'll put it in a whole sign system, and this will bring us now into Illinois. And then we get to see that, yeah, I mean, the eclipse is in the 6th. right, of sacred work, but there's also like health, illness, these kinds of themes, right? And then we get the Virgo Pisces access in the 3-9, so higher learning, lower learning. But look at where Venus is. Venus is said to rejoice in the 5th, right? So this is passion and romance and risks. And Jupiter is said to rejoice actually in the 11th place. This is like the traditional joys, right? So there's very strong what's called accidental dignity from a traditional point of view here. And then when we look at Cancer and the rise, it's like, oh, well, that's going to be even stronger moon. So the kind of lie detector that would keep us from getting hung up in some of the religiosity, I often find that in Sagittarius. I'm going to shift this to a porphyry system, and we'll put the feet on the ground. And then we see that the eclipse itself moves into at least the porphyry 5th, along with Venus and Neptune. So it really wants to, do you have children, Tracy?
No.
But it wants to create, yeah? It wants to like passionately give birth. And so that doesn't have to be biological children, yeah. I mean, obviously, if we ask that question to a lot of people who were born in Illinois in the 6 months between this and the next eclipse, they're going to say, yes, we had kids. But one thing I would say in your eclipse chart, it wants like magical, passionate, Venusian, scorpionic creativity and creations offerings. And that when you're kind of in that space, you'll be tapping into the gift of this chart more and more and more. I didn't really finish that about my own thing, but it's like, you know, I could do that Mercury-Neptune opposition that I was showing again and again, like that can be drugs or it can be not, and trying to open into, you know, the same thing I was going for with psychedelics, right? And like receiving the transmissions in that. And of course, astrology and specifically shamanic astrology has helped realign me and focus me in those directions. This is no doubt like a very spiritual thing. So that's going to be a hard thing to return to once you've left the church, right? It typically is the reason why people leave the church, because they know there's something more real that's not happening in that space typically. But it can also lead, when we escape church, we could just go do the scientist, you know. But it seems certainly that you've at least come back if it wasn't that way initially.
It took a really long time, though, for me to come back and even be open to alternative spiritualities. It took a really long time for me to be open to that.
Well, so let's look at some of these returns. And so I'm not going to do the Metonic thing so much right now, but I will just click the now button and we'll see. And this is just indicated by the nodes. Right, here's a nodal return.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I mean, we could see this in the age because 55.5 is the 3rd nodal return of our life, right? And I'll show you that range I use for the window here. So the 54 is the Metonic, or sorry, the 57 is the Metonic, 3 times 19.
Mm-hmm.
There's another slide that makes that one easier to see. There was a lot of slides. So here's the Metonic. And here's the Saros return. Now, we're going to see a cool thing about that, right? So first, I just want to show you the first ones. Let me go here. You are a member of Saros series, Solar Saros series 122. And this one began all the way back in 991. And it's one I've spent a lot of time looking at because it came around recently in 2019, January 6, 2019. And it's come around twice already. So before 18, but actually see this, it's now very close to your solar return because you're born so close to your prenatal solar eclipse. And then it's actually now past your solar return date. So let's look at I'm going to cast this all for your natal position just for the sake of time, though I would usually look at current residence and other things too. I'm just going to go here 18 years ahead. And then I'm going to look for the eclipse that happens around that time. Okay. Now, importantly, this is connected into a Metonic cycle that was just eclipsed. So this is a cool thing. I thought I had some slides in my show, but suddenly they disappeared. But this degree was just eclipsed on December 14th, 2020. Our most recent solar eclipse was 23 degrees Sagittarius on December 14th. So it's not the space of your prenatal eclipse, but it is the space of your node. So in the midst of this nodal return window, your node itself was eclipsed, right? So like very significant energies are aligning. And that happened with the first Saros return of your prenatal eclipse, which we saw at like 12 Sag. So now it's moved 11 degrees forward. It's in your fourth house, in your fourth sign. Neptune's at the full moon, which we know to be an eclipse in your nativity. And, you know, it's cool that our culture is set up in such a way that 18 is often a time where we get to leave home, because that's going to be the Saros return timing for all of us. With the eclipse happening in the fourth, I'm guessing that probably happened for you.
Yeah, I went away to college. I think I actually moved to a university at 19. That's why I was saying the Metonic is really, I had a reading with Patrick Wapps and he kind of helped me figure it out. But I was so anxious to get out. I started, because of a December birthday, I was 18 when I actually graduated. So I started that summer at a community college because I was just so anxious to break out of the small town I was living in, and I don't know, a little small Illinois town. But yeah, I actually went away to college at 19, but I started college right around this time.
Gotcha. Did you have a boyfriend?
I had a boyfriend at the community college where I was going, but we didn't, we didn't continue after I went to university.
Yeah. I mean, I ask because it seems like part of the out that Jupiter-Venus opposition in the prenatal solar eclipse. And then here we see Jupiter transiting the natal Venus, and Jupiter, traditionally anyways, the governor of the seventh house matters of relations, right? Mm-hmm. So, but also we see that Jupiter lives in the ninth of your nativity, right? We also see, however, Mercury lives in the fourth. So we want home, but we want it to be a home of like spiritual truth and higher galactic center, like way out there. I mean, that's a heck of a home. It's like way more likely under the stars, you know. Okay, cool. So that's a significant change. What did you end up studying in university?
I studied anthropology. And I have a minor in my undergrad. I have anthropology and a minor in psychology.
Awesome. Do you hear anthropology in Sag Taurus, everyone? Right. Psychology would be way more on the Scorpio side of the thing, and connecting in the Virgo, the Gemini, whatever. But anthropology very much is a Sagittarius exploration of earthly Tauresian, the Capricorn Mercury that we saw in the prenatal eclipse interests me too. Okay, cool. Well, let me show you. Here is the time of your nodal return, which happens about a half year after that first Saros return. And that was August 22nd, 83. So these are really cool, right? Because just looking at where the moon, since it's nodes, where the moon and the sun were, and the sun's about to cross the ascendant, there's about to be a Venus star point or Venus Cazimi right at your ascendant. It's pretty cool. There's so much to say about this, but I want to cruise and just show the following solar return, and that's going to be the Metonic return. So look at how close the moon is to the natal position at the solar return, right? So for me, this kind of closes the gateway. And we heard, you know, it's basically leaving home, going to college. No shocker. I mean, that happens for so many folks in our culture at 18, right? It's like hard not to see that. But a fun thing about that is when the next series comes around. So I'm going to go 18 years later, and we're going to tune into, where is that? Ooh. Here is where, when you're 18, the prenatal solar eclipse family comes around again, and it was seen in most of Europe and Egypt, Holy Land, India. Here's the next one is the year 2000. We had a Christmas Day eclipse. And that one was visible in the United States. So it'd be interesting if you could find some old journals or whatever and see if you actually saw this thing. If it's your eclipse family come around again.
Yeah, I remember 2000 because of all the, all the hubbub around, computers are going to fail and all that. So I remember that. I didn't see the eclipse.
Where are we? And then, this is now past your solar return. So now, like officially, fifth house. What was passion, romance, relationship life like at that time in your life? 36 solar return.
Let's see. I actually had a couple male friends who were fairly interested in romance, but I was not quite so in like a serious romance, but I didn't necessarily want to have a serious romance with either of them.
How does the fifth house express for you? Are you an artist?
No, I'm not.
What do you do for works?
For work, I'm a librarian.
Cool. And are you a practicing astrologer at all?
No, it's just for myself. It's just a hobby for myself.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see that happen with Taurus up here. The Pleiades were culminating when you were born, and then Venus opposite, because something in that seventhness often can describe counseling, working with another, sitting across the table for somebody. And then the Scorpio, which I just like to think of as magical. Anyway, so I asked about romance, not only because the fifth house, like the moon is now shifted in the fifth house, it's aligned to the Lilith, Mercury's there, Kazemi now on the other side of the sun. But there's this Venus-Uranus conjunction. But there also seems to be a focus on professional happenings, right? Jupiter and Saturn gathered up at the midheaven at the top of the chart.
Yeah, I owned a business then.
What was it about?
A bookstore.
Cool. Yeah, I want to see bookstore and librarian in here, but I know we're already past time, so I'm going to cruise. So here is the Saros return, and then I'll look for the following nodal return. What was so one thing I didn't finish this earlier, sometimes in this window, I'll just say, okay, like many of us have gone to college, what was your major? And like this is a time in your life to pick a new major. Right.
Yeah.
So for me, that ended up being astrology. The first time it was like musician, and then it was astrology.
No, I finished grad school that year, or maybe the year before. I was starting a business and finishing up grad school. So anyway, I finished up grad school somewhere in that time. And I studied public administration, but I was actually looking at working in a museum. with the anthropology undergrad.
Cool.
So I never did do it. I wound up starting this business, and then later on I got into libraries. So, which are, you know, libraries and museums sometimes have a lot of similarities.
So here's the,
Finishing up grad school then.
you're finishing up grad school, yeah. So
Yeah.
first time university, second time grad school, right?
Yeah, I just grad school right around that time, or the year earlier or so.
And how is health?
My health was good.
Good. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like looking at this gathering in the 6th during the nodal return. So there's the second nodal return, that's 37.2. And then the second Metonic return is at 38. So here we are in 2002, and look at how close the moon is. But it's also Saturn transiting the moon, Saturn transiting the sun, Saturn transiting the node, Saturn transiting the lunar eclipse, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Uranus is doing some really interesting things in this chart that I keep not mentioning for the sake of time, but it's pretty cool. And then Jupiter, who's like such a significant player in your eclipse story, not only is Venus opposite Jupiter in the prenatal eclipse, but the eclipse is in Sagittarius for those who favor dispositorship, right? It's like a very Jupiterian affair. Here we have a Sun-Jupiter mutual reception for this particular Metonic return. Okay, so let's go now. So we're gonna go back and look at 2019, because this eclipse, that's your prenatal eclipse, the lunar eclipse that's now moved into Leo. And here is the prenatal, what happened there? Oops, wrong button. Here's the prenatal solar eclipse now halfway through the sign of Capricorn. So 5th house, again, Jupiter now in Sagittarius. You're studying astrology, but you have for 15 years or something. Look at the Venus return during the eclipse family return. I don't know what to call that, but that certainly seems important and super cool. What was happening for you at this time? This is January 2019.
2019. Oh, let's see. Actually, I was 2019. I was very sick during 2019. I wasn't sick on January 5th, but shortly after that, I went to Florida. We had like a kind of family reunion for my father's 80th birthday. And so I got together with my siblings and my father for his 80th birthday. And so that happened. And then whenever I flew back, I thought I had picked up, you know, like a respiratory thing on the plane or whatever, but I wound up being very sick for an entire 6 months. I didn't get better until June of that year. And even, you know, like I was in the ER sick. I was incredible.
Brutal.
Yeah, in fact, it's been really interesting this year because it was almost like I had a COVID-like thing, but COVID wasn't around then. But it's been really interesting to watch this year, the whole world going through what I went through in 2019.
So this eclipse chart, you know, there's a lot of challenges in it, right? The eclipse is conjoining Pluto. It's actually at the midpoint of Saturn and Pluto. There's a super strong Jupiter-Neptune square that's aligned to the natal T-square, especially the prenatal eclipse T-square that Gail pointed out, right? Which was the eclipse, which was here at 11 plus Sag. And now Neptune's at the Chiron opposite the Uranus, Pluto, Mars. I mean, I like seeing that Uranus at the time is trining the natal sun Mercury. And of course, we're not going to see the full story of a challenging year in any one chart, right? But there are some significant challenges here. Is your birth time birth certificate, Tracy?
It is birth certificate. It seems pretty accurate. I mean, I sort of thought if they were round, the 0 makes me suspicious, but then I'm like, if they were rounding, wouldn't they have rounded 9:30 or 9:45 rather than 9:40? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the challenge of when we're born, but
Right.
if you were Leo rising, this is all in the 6th sign, and a lot of the things I would expect to hear earlier didn't come out that way, but we can't expect to have a perfect image of correspondences through significant happenings in houses. But yeah, have you ever tested Leo rising for you? And
No, I'm not sure I know how to do that actually.
got it. All right, so here is the eclipse return. Let's look at the nodal return and see if there's any so actually that's now, right? So you've cleared this health stuff. I'm so happy to hear about that. Here is the nodal return. This one takes this software for a while for some reason. So 2301 Gemini, and that's October 1st last year in 2020. Seems to me like maybe you were like stuck in your own house and like not allowed to hang out with anybody else. I'm just kidding. That's the story for all of us.
Yeah.
That's been a fun one to play this last year. Mercury, Uranus catches my eye. I'm just seeing 5th and 5th and 5th. Like I want you to be an artist. Step into that. All right, so let's look at the Metonic, because so this is this window, and I'm going to show you where the eclipse actually was. Where'd that go? Okay, so it's going to be in the same time zones as it was in your prenatal eclipse, right? Because the Saros brings it a third and a third and a third. So back to Japan, now not in Hawaii, because south node eclipses go north, and it will finish up in the North Pole. So Japan, I don't know, have you been thinking about China at all at this time? Another joke, we all have. But it's interesting to see in the chart, right? So so you're in this window where I'd say again, like, what is your new major? And it's aligned for some time. That's why I really like working with these Metonic windows like this. I mean, not only because I find that they work, but it's like once you get into this third one, it's like 54 to 57, it's like, and then the next one, 72 to 76. And it makes sense to me that these should open as we do, if we do, right? So here we're seeing the Metonic return. It's the strongest one I've seen. It's not an eclipse, now too far from the node, right? Seeing Mars node. I'm seeing again 5th, and this time Venus, Pluto. Were you at the Venus talk yesterday?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to watch that that recording, because one thing I'm just seeing, and I mean Scorpio, Venus, they're really, and especially at the bottom of the chart, there couldn't be a better image of Inanna. So Jupiter squaring Venus for this Metonic return. Venus can join Pluto. I'm just seeing Venus again and again and again and again. So I want to talk to you for hours, but I'm going to stop this and just ask a final question. What's your new major? So you went to college, then you went to grad school. What school are you in now?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been wondering about that myself because I had noticed that I went away to college or, moved away, university, as most people do, 18, 19. And then I moved to Arizona at 38, and that was very life-changing. So I have also been very curious about what's going to happen, and with, you know, with the way things are, I'm just sort of, I don't know, not really making any plans other than wondering what's gonna happen. But I have been very curious about that.
Yeah, well, the last couple times too, there's been that anthropology theme. So that seems like whatever anthropology means to you now seems to be part of it. And I'm glad also that you chose to come back to spirituality, despite, as you shared, the challenges with that, which is often the case when there's religiosity and when we're young and it feels like, no, like, you know, Nietzsche was right, God is dead, play with the science class only, right? So to come back to the sacred science, to come to astrology, I mean, I just really commend you for the courage that it takes to make that shift. And it seems to me like, you know, whatever major you're studying for now can really take hold. And I'd encourage you to see, you know, what you took away from college and what you left behind. I mean, not just like the university and the degree, but like what those years were about for you. And then also the years of grad school and that kind of 36 to 38 zone, and see if there's a wave that's leading to right now. You also started selling books, right? So maybe this is the time to write one.
Not a writer, though.
Well, if something obvious comes in before your Metonic return on this solar return in this year of 2021, do please let me know.
I will. Thank you. That's been a really, I can't wait to listen to the recording to the parts I missed, because I have noticed that the cycle certainly resonates with me.
I'm stoked to hear it. Yeah, I find them to be absolutely profound. And there's always this question of, if somebody's born during an eclipse, should an eclipse cycles be more effective for them? I mean, I don't have an answer to that because I see them be incredibly effective for us all, but that does seem to make sense to me. Anyway, we've been here for about a nodal transit already today. So sorry for keeping you so long, or thank you so much for spending your afternoon with me. And thank you so much to TAG, to Tucson Astrologers Guild. It really is an honor. I wish we could be doing this in the same room and then spend some time under the starry sky, but hopefully sometime in the future.
Yes, sometime in the future. We'll look forward to that. Gemini Brett, you are absolutely amazing. You've given us so much information, lots to follow up on. I know I'm going to be looking at a lot more eclipse charts and Saros cycles and all that. It's just really, really great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks again, Gail, and I'll see y'all in space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Reals.